Until my ex decided to be psycho and stalk me today.
Or the creepy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Dinner and a Game, our new Sunday night edition. Hi, everybody. First off, thank you everyone who's joining. Tonight is going to be the launching of a new campaign for us. We are going to be playing Curse of Strahd. And, unusually enough, I am not running. I am going to get to play thanks to our lovely co-DM, Josh. This way, who is going to be running this Curse of Strahd campaign for us. We thank you so much, Josh. Thank you. This is going to be amazing for me. I don't think I played in half a decade.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
The last time.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been a bit.
And it was Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, it was Curse of Strahd.
All right.
But it was
all right.
with a different GM.
One in, one out.
Yeah. So, we have a few announcements to get to. First off, we have launched our new campaign for 7K. We are going to be doing a contest for 7,000 followers. We have actually taken that contest and built it out of an idea that I had. I am an avid 3D printer. I love my 3D printer. I love using it. I love creating, I back Kickstarters all the time just to get more prints to do. And so what happened is that 3D printer is been gathering dust a little bit and since we moved. And so I've been setting it up and I realized I have an opportunity to provide a really great contest for you guys. And that contest is going to be as follows. I have created on the Facebook page a post about the contest. On that post there is a bunch of pictures of custom minis that can only have been gotten if you own a 3D printer. These are not for resale sale yet anywhere that I know of. They were from a Kickstarter called The Lost Worlds. These minis are all going to be unique custom minis. I have done a group of bosses, like for boss fights, like fire giants, ice giants, the works. Done a group of bosses. I've done a group of heroes, and I'm going to print them all out on my printer. I'm going to cure them, print them, have them all set up. They're not going to be painted because, frankly, I'm just not that great a painter and it'll take me forever. But they're not going to be painted, but they're all going to come to you. So these minis are high-def minis. They would probably run you, like the Giants would run you about $25 to $30 a piece. The set of heroes are probably about $30 because it's 5 heroes. So all in all, with all the minis sum total, this is probably around a $200 to $300 value, probably closer to $300 value prize. And the kicker is these are going to be unique minis that no one else is really going to have unless they have back to that same Kickstarter and have a 3D printer that can do high def minis. So this contest is starting as of today. Go to our Facebook page for Dinner and a Game, and you will be able to see the pictures of all the minis that are going to be included for the winner. The rules for the contest are just like the last one, nice and simple. You have to like our Facebook page, follow our Facebook page, and share the post for the contest, because the sharing the post is your official entry. The other two are just qualifications to win. The sharing the post is your official entry into the contest. Everyone only gets... Well, yes, ma'am?
Can I enter?
No. You can just have the minis. I'll print them out for you. You live with me. You get the stuff. So the other thing is so like and share, and but you only get one opportunity to win. So multiple shares do not equal multiple entries. One entry per person, and once the contest is done, we will be looking at moving on to our 8K contest, and we haven't even thought about that yet. But like I said, this is all leading up to, hopefully, at the end of the year, a 10K drawing. And if we get to that 10K drawing at the end of the year, we are going to do one of two things, and we're going to let the audience decide. We're going to either do a full set of the basic rule books, which includes all the different splat books, which is like Sword Coast, Mordenkainen's, Volo's, help me out. Xanathar's Guide, the Player's Guide, Saltmarsh, the Player's Guide, the DMG, and the Monstrous Manual. All those, and those are all going to be included in that. Or, on the flip side, we're going to either do that as a physical copies of everything, or we're going to do a 1-year prepaid subscription to Roll20, which will include all those basic books, except for some weird reason, Roll20 doesn't have Sword Coast. I don't know why, they just don't. So, but this is going to include all the same books on Roll20, and then we're going to give that away. That's going to be at 10K, and we're trying to organize things where 10K should fall right along with Christmas. Okay? So, that's pretty much, I think, everything we need to announce for the night. We want to thank everyone who helped us out reaching 6K. You guys were amazing. We literally reached 6K in under a month. And we're already at 6,100 followers into 6K. So we only have 900 followers left to go, and well, actually 800 and something. So we're going to be pushing that on the next contest. And like I said, all these minis. Oh, and by the way, these are printed to scale. I wish I had one printed out right now, but I haven't set up my printer. I'm doing that this week. I will print them out, and I'm going to show them on the show and show you what the scale of these are. They are actually the proper scale. Like the giants are 6 to 10 inches tall, depending on the type of giant it is. And the heroes are the right 28 millimeter scale and everything like that. So everything is properly scaled already for D&D. So that's enough with the announcements, I think. Does anyone have anything else they want to announce? Oh, I know Evan has something to announce. He got his shirt.
Yes, I do.
Oh, I just realized that you were wearing it.
Yep.
Yep. That's our Dinner and a Game shirt. We do have a Dinner and a Game store that has our branded merchandise on it. It is going to have more. We're having a little bit of trouble getting with the Chinese distributors who's going to be sending us over. But on our store, we're going to have...
Oh, yeah, he's showing off the back, too.
Oh, yeah. The camera refocused on him. The back has the other logo. There you go.
There you go.
That brawny
Got
back.
it down.
That brawny back. But anyway, our store's going to have a couple of different things on it other than our branded merchandise. We're going to have our branded merchandise, which is we have coffee mugs, beanies, hats, shirts. I don't think we have backpacks yet. I need to put backpacks up there.
Oh, and beanies.
We have beanies, yeah. Now I want a backpack. But anyway, we have all that branded merch up there for Dinner and a Game, and we're going to be putting on that same store. We're going to be having our own dice sets, which we've already got the order in for, but the distributor, like I said, it's in China, so it's taking a while to come back. So we're going to have our own dice sets, and we're going to have things like dice trays, wooden dice trays. They're going to have both custom art on one side, carved into the top of the dice tray, and then our logo on the underside. And these are magnetic sealing wooden dice vaults that hold a full set of polyhedral dice. And then there's going to be dice towers and other items we're going to be adding in later on. Both items that I can make from 3D printing and items we're going to be ordering from distributors. We are also going to be, once this order comes in, launching our Patreon, because a lot of these items are also going to be available for different levels of sponsorship on the Patreon. So, that all being said, all that's coming. We're trying to get everything settled before Christmas. We were shooting for August, but like I said, distributors are in China. Things don't work out the way they should, and we're still working on getting the order in. So, all of that will be coming up very, very shortly. We're trying to have all that before Christmas, but everything that is currently on www.dinnerandagame.net's store is available for purchase right now at this time. So, if anyone has any questions, you can email us from the website or message us from the Facebook group. And other than that, we're ready, I think, to launch our new show. Josh, it's all yours, sir.
All right. So, as you can see, I am clearly getting into the spirit of the spooky by having the lights off here in my room and just having my monitors kind of light my face up like some sort of weird, creepy guy. So, for those of you in the game, who I don't think actually exist, but let's play straw man here. Maybe for some of the viewers who don't know what the Curse of Strahd is, this is a spooky vampire-themed campaign. The big staple of this campaign is horror and like just dread. It is a not very nice campaign. A lot of people have given this campaign a pretty bad rap that it frankly deserves for being a meat grinder for characters, very bleak, very hopeless. So that's the feel that we're going for. I do expect, because of this group and just because of who I am as a person, that there will be some goofs that have been kind of like put in for some comic relief, but overall, like, the feeling is going to be pretty bleak and dark. So strap in, because if you're not down with the spookies and being creeped out, particularly by me, this might be a good time to get over it and just keep watching the stream. So before we start, I want to start off by giving everybody a couple of my house rules that I always run for my tables. I find that this kind of gives the game, in certain aspects, a smoother feel or a more cinematic feel, depending on the rule. So first and foremost, I will start off by letting you guys know I have very recently stolen an idea from a pretty wonderful game called Pugmire, which is essentially a D&D style game where you just pretend to be dogs. And it's really great. However, there's a mechanic that's built in where instead of handing out inspiration to specific characters for specific moments, because I'm terrible at that, I feel like it's kind of patronizing almost to like give you a gold star. What you do is I have a bowl. It's not an actual bowl because obviously we're playing digitally, but in the bowl I will put coins. Inside of that bowl, with every coin that is in there, you can choose to take a coin out and re-roll any dice at any time, including one of my own. So if I crit you and you're like, I really don't want that to happen, and there's a coin in the bowl, I'm going to take the coin out of the bowl for you to re-roll that, and I have to take the next roll. Or vice versa. You are doing a skill check you really needed to get done, and there's a coin in the bowl. You need it, you rolled a nat 1, so you take that coin out of the bowl. The only rule is that everyone has to be okay with you taking a coin out of the bowl because it is a joint bowl. Everyone is sharing all of the coins in there. Now, with that being said, if you guys do something that I think is really cool or like I think is really fun or funny or just a good like narrative thing, I will put a coin in the bowl or put a couple coins in the bowl. You can also nominate other players to receive a coin or in the bowl on their behalf. If you feel like, man, Ray, I've been watching you play this character for a while, and I feel like you really stuck to your character's motivations, or you really played heavy to their flaws in this scenario. Can we get a coin in the bowl? I will usually say yes. If I agree that, yeah, it was. Now, if you're just like fishing for coins, then like get out of here with that. But
we've never had that happen ever.
Never ever. No one would go out of their way just to get a free roll. But so that is the biggest change in mechanics. Is that instead of doing inspiration, I have this system in place. At the beginning of every session, if there are 0 coins in the bowl, I will automatically put 2 coins in the bowl. However, if there are more than 2 coins in the bowl, I will not be putting any coins in the bowl. Just you have what you have. So you can stockpile them for important things, or you can burn through them every session. That's up to you guys. The second biggest thing is I allow for trade ups, but not trade downs in the action economy. If you have a bonus action, you can use it as an action and take another bonus action, provided that you are not casting 2 bonus action spells in the same turn. So say you want to use, you want to move Moonbeam and use Healing Word. Moonbeam's already up, you've already cast it, you're just moving it, that's a bonus action. But if you also want to use Healing Word as your main action, that's fine. I don't think that breaks the game. That being said, if it is an action to do something, it cannot be translated down to a bonus action, for obvious reasons. That would absolutely break the game. The second biggest, or the third biggest thing is for crit fails. I have my own crit system where if you roll a natural 1, I will ask you high or low. You will answer high or low, and I will roll a d20 on a 1 to 10. That is a low. On an 11 to 20, that is a high. If you call it, nothing bad happens. It's just a nat 1. You miss. That's it. Whatever. Now, if you call high and it comes out low, that's when I will introduce something like you hurt one of your friends, or you drop your weapon, or something else happens. So I still like to give a chance for the players to, just because you roll an out 1, it shouldn't mean that your character's like outright dead immediately. Like that's no fun for anyone. That being said, any rule that I put into the game is also affected by me because I'm also a part of the game. So if I roll a natural 1, I give players a attack of opportunity for free, no cost of their reaction, just an extra thing because that monster telegraphed his attack so far in advance, you saw it coming a mile away and you had enough time to just punch him in the face, whatever.
Someone's asking if you get to use the coins as well.
So I do not get to use the coins, personally. However, I get to tempt you with coins by saying I will put X amount of coins in the bowl if you let this happen. So if I think that something is going to be very interesting narratively, or I just, being that we're in Barovia, really want to fuck with you, I will offer you coins for a later reroll for me to fuck with you now. So yeah, as far as the coins go, I don't use them, but that is a resource for you as the players. I also allow for the drinking of potions as a bonus action. However, if you are administering a potion to somebody else, that is an action. I don't think it's a lot of fun to spend a whole turn chugging a potion and not doing anything else. So I want this game to be fun. I want my players to have fun, and also, yeah, you could spend your whole turn bonus action and action just chugging a potion. That's fine. But if you're in that position, then like it's already too late for you, and you should probably start rolling stats for a new character.
All right.
So aside from all of those changes and little slight homebrew rules, does anyone have any questions for me about what to expect as far as like the game goes? Any of the players?
Not yet.
No?
This is a horror themed game.
Correct.
So
yeah, get ready for me to say terrible things.
yeah, we've got the stream marked as adult oriented. It's not flagged for children at all. Neither the Twitch channel nor the YouTube channel. We don't have age restrictions set on the YouTube channel, but I can change that up if we need to. So just let me know.
Right. So let's go ahead and jump in here. Has anyone not finished their character yet? Anyone not finished their character sheet? Is anyone wanting to do some last-minute housekeeping before we go in? Because I did just tell, like, full disclosure, just before the stream started, I did tell you guys that you could have 4 potions of healing.
Oh yeah,
and change your gear.
Oh yeah.
You can change your gear just a bit, so if you want to add something or if there's anything else that you need to do, just let me know, so that way we're not like in the thick of it later and you're like, wait, I swear I had potions. Yes, Jess.
She's super cute when she does that.
Why can't I hear you?
You're muted, baby.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I have dogs and audible flatulence from them.
I completely understand.
Oh my god, that dog needs to go outside. Anyway, yeah, I have a spell I need to pick. That's all.
Sure. Yeah.
I am still leveling up. I have 2 levels to do, and I need to pick those extra 2 spells.
Mhm.
But I can do that while we're talking about other stuff. I'm not really super worried about it.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I am going to be doing milestone for leveling up. I hate actually tracking XP because it feels like accounting and it feels like more work than I want to do. So milestone will be the way that we are leveling up for this. I am keeping track of what you guys are doing, what you guys are fighting, and what I want to bring into the campaign for as far as encounters go. So rest assured that you're not going to have to worry about like walking straight into immediate death at every encounter that you come across.
What? Not every encounter?
Not every encounter. I have all
Strahd?
the.
It doesn't feel like Curse
I
of
was
Strahd.
gonna say, I thought we were playing Strahd here, man.
I have every faith that you guys could accidentally start a fight with a wolf and survive.
A wolf.
It might tax all of you heavily, but a wolf you wouldn't necessarily die from.
You say that, and the very first time I ever tried to play Curse of Strahd, my character died within 5 minutes of arriving to Barovia.
Was it to a wolf?
It was. It was literally to a wolf. And the second time, I died in the murder house.
Death house.
Just trying to
Yes.
give everybody
yeah.
else a chance to
Yes.
get out. I
That
was just trying to
is,
see the rest of the party.
that
And
is
it turned out that fight was unwinnable. Like
Yes, that is another thing that you guys won't have to worry about. I am not running Murder House. I am foregoing that. We are starting at level 4. We are foregoing a little chunk of Curse of Strahd in the earlier part that I find to be just not fun.
Oh,
What's
And
wrong?
so he rolled very poorly for his health.
Oh,
Like the lowest you could
Oh
possibly
no!
roll.
Oh no!
I let the character mancer roll it as I was making the character in that.
I did standard for mine because I was like, mm-mm.
I rolled it.
I am okay with you rolling. I am okay with you taking the average. If you, at level up, want to roll for your health, I do allow for 1 reroll. So if you roll a 1 and you're like, that's not good, you can either take the average or you can reroll. But if you do reroll, you have to take that. There is no backing out. So it is a go big or go home.
Well, then I'm going to take the average.
Go big or go home, Vegas baby setting. So, if everyone is ready, let's kick off this Spooky Time Cafe.
Spooky Time Cafe?
Yes. So, it is a cold night, and the air is stiff and silent, much as it always is. A darkness, seeming to have a mind of its own, stretches itself across the land, enveloping nearly everything it touches. Dying trees stretch upwards towards the sky like jagged, broken fingers protruding from the earth beneath, clawing and scraping at the very heavens in desperation. The forest appears empty by all accounts, and yet there is a presence around every corner, behind every tree, beneath every stone, and waiting silently within every shadow. A small caravan of wagons huddle around a campfire, as if seeking refuge from the very world around. The campsite itself is alive with faint music, hushed conversation between its inhabitants. An elderly woman sat beside the roaring fire. She begins to cough, lightly at first, but quickly she is overcome and struggling. A young man rushes to her side and cries out in concern. She seems to regain her composure and gently places her hand upon his. She smiles warmly at him. Madam Ava, you must rest. Please, let me take you to your wagon. This cold is terrible for your humors. The young man begins to help the elderly woman to her feet. She smiles. Oh, you are such a sweet boy. Make me very proud. The two make their way to the largest wagon in the fair. The elderly woman clings to the young man and walks slowly along his side. Your kind heart will make for a good leader. When I am gone from this place, you will make me very good. The young man smiles absent-mindedly and scratches the back of his head. Thank you, Madam Ava. But you have many long years ahead of you. The strength of our people flows through like a mighty river. The old woman chuckles and begins to cough once again. Oh, my sweet child. You seek to poison me with honeyed words. Even my old eyes can see through such matter. The two continue walking into the wagon. But upon reaching it, the woman stops as a gust of wind rises through the camp, dimming the firelight. Madam Ava? The young man's voice cracks as he begins to survey the surrounding area. Pale light spills over the camp, and the clouds part, revealing a bright and full moon. From atop a nearby tree, a raven can be seen, staring down at the two figures. The deafening silence is suddenly shattered by a sharp cry from the bird, followed quickly by three more in succession. Ava fixes her gaze upon the bird and holds it there. Walter. Yes, Madam Ava. I will get them for you. Walter rushes to another wagon, frantically. He sifts through a small pieces until finally he retrieves a small wrapped package. He stares at it for a moment as whispers begin to fill his ears. Dozens of voices from a great distance, each calling out in low, pained tones. The young man steels himself and shakes his head vigorously before dashing back into the night. Walter arrives at Ava's wagon to find that she has already begun the process. 6 candles of a deep red lie around her, burning brightly to illuminate every corner of her wagon. Ava quickly works over a mortar and pestle, dropping ingredients in and crushing them into a fine dust. Kettle. Kettle water. She speaks the command sternly, but gently to the young. He nods, placing the wrap trinket at her feet. He returns moments later with a kettle of boiling water and an old clay mug. Ava pours the water into the mug and quickly dumps the contents of the bowl into it, beginning to mix the two together. Walter watches with a keen eye, taking in every detail. Ava begins to gulp down the concoction, nearly choking on its contents. There is a sudden, sharp gasp from the woman as she arches her back in an almost inhuman angle. Her mouth stands agape as a low, raspy sigh escapes her. A thick cloud engulfs her pupils, and her eyes go milky white. As she rights her posture, she turns to Walter. She extends her palm outward. Walter carefully unwraps the trinket to reveal an old worn deck of cards, and gently places them in her hand. Ava begins to shuffle the deck with a speed seemingly incapable for a woman of her age. The flames of the candles dim momentarily and then erupt into a bright, swirling green. A groan begins to emerge from Ava and steadily rises into a soft, wailing song. A chant builds up and continues as the deck is shuffled again and again and again. Ava abruptly stops, slamming the deck into the wagon's floor and extinguishing the flames momentarily. As the light of the candles rise back to their normal hue, she draws 5 cards and gently places them face down in front of her. Walter turns to leave the wagon, and Ava calls out to him. No! You must stay. Learn. One day, who reads the book. One day, it will be you who toys with fates and bends destiny to his will. She looks at him, meeting his eyes. Come, sweet boy. Come and see as I see. She turns over the first card to reveal a man with 2 hollowed-out eyes. His head and face are covered in several other wide-open, bloodshot eyes. Walter places his hand onto the card, and his eyes go completely. What do you see? Walter's eyes begin to scan. Finally, he stops and fixes his gaze on something. Something there. It is a beast, but it is also a man. Something in between. It carries the name of an elf. Ilrim.
Yes.
You find yourself on the road. You have been traveling for several months. You've been traveling with a new companion. Probably for just long enough to have built a bit of trust, but not long enough to really and truly intimately know one another. On this night, the two of you are just south of the Comoran Republic. You find yourself in the Badlands. Two of you have been traveling, searching for answers. Or rather, you have been searching for answers. It's about 3 a.m. You are on watch. What are you doing? And also, introduce yourself.
All right. So, Kilrim is a furbolg with pale blue skin, or light blue skin. Not pale. Light blue skin and red hair with a big red bushy beard, big nose and pointy ears. And he's wearing very fine and very nice red and blue robes, kind of matching the motif of his skin and his hair. And what he would be doing is fiddling with his spellbook and his wand, tuning them up and messing with the codex and adding things to the book in the secret code that he keeps in his spellbook.
Okay. So you have been traveling now for a while, as I said. You've been following a lead. You had recently come across a bit of a new find that you may be able to track whatever the creature or potentially even power was that set fire to your home. You had found rumors of dark powers moving through the Badlands. You haven't been in the Badlands for too long, and as of now, the search has not come up with anything of real value or anything tangible, and you're beginning to kind of lose hope. There has to have been something. For something to have done what it did to your homeland, it surely had to have been very powerful.
Indeed.
How long exactly has it been?
Well, how long has it been exactly since the night that he did it? So it happened when he was very young, and I need to remember exactly what his age is. I have it written down right here. Oh yeah, he's 33, so exactly 32 years ago.
So your memory is
You remember that?
not very present of that. It's more of a sensation, like an emotion.
Yeah.
You remember you remember warmth. You remember heat. You remember fear. You remember it being very loud and disorienting, but it's all like a very hazy. It's like trying to remember a dream that you had 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It might have been a very vivid dream, but it doesn't fully jump out. You can't remember very big details. You have had the story told to you by the people who raised you that you were found, seemingly untouched. And you've been looking for answers your whole life. And to have found a lead and once again had it so far show up as nothing is very disheartening for you.
It's very disappointing.
So as you are keeping watch at the campfire, you're kind of nervously fidgeting with your wand. You're looking over your spells. You're trying to go over the information in your head as much as you can and find a more clear picture. When you see something out of the corner of your eye, there's a shadow. Being that it is very dark, that's not all too uncommon. However, something in your gut tells you that you're being watched. What do you do?
What Kilburn would usually do is wake up his companion and get ready. Like for combat, always just like immediately, like hand be where his hip be at.
Yeah, you are free to do so.
Oh, I can't. But I guess I would wake up my companion. Yeah.
Okay. So you reach over to your companion, and you try to stir her awake. It is almost impossible to do.
Okay.
Like you see that she is still breathing. She's still alive. She's still sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Okay. Nine.
So you can assess as everything kind of gets very quiet and still around you that there is something supernatural at work here. There is something magical happening here.
Yeah. I think he would immediately, like, not even investigate any further, hop up and, like, start looking.
Okay, yeah. You were unable to identify the exact source of this or what is causing it, but you know that she's not going to wake up until you either can remove the magic effect yourself or stop whatever is making this happen. So you hop up and you begin to kind of look around, searching for the source of this. How are you doing this? Are you just looking, or are you...
No, I would immediately, using my racial trait as a furball, cast Detect Magic.
Okay. So you begin to cast Detect Magic, and so the way that Detect Magic works is there is usually you've been able to do this your whole life. It's an inherent ability. You're very used to it. Yeah. Usually there is a very faint glow, like an outline, like somebody highlighted something with a different shade or tone of light. And each light represents a different school of magic. The second that this spell is cast, it is like someone put you face to face with the sun. You are completely surrounded by enchantment, conjuration, transmutation, and evocation.
Ooh, that's a nasty mix.
Yes.
Yeah, so, like, after, like, blinking my eyes out and, like... So that would be... Do I adjust to it eventually, or is it overwhelming and I would have to drop the spell?
So I would say that at first it is just a bit overwhelming. Make me a con check.
Okay. That's a saving throw. We just want Constitution check. 6, yeah.
So it is very abrasive, and it is physically painful for you. If you choose to keep it up, you are free to do so. It's not going to force you to drop it. It won't ruin your concentration. However, you will have disadvantage moving forward, just because it is so disorienting for you.
No, I would drop it because it's not getting me anything, and it's just overwhelming. So I would probably drop it and just rush over to the area where I saw the shadow move earlier.
So as soon as you are facing the area that the shadow, where you saw the shadow, and as soon as you drop it, you see this tall, lanky figure standing at the tree line. It is like staring at an absence of reality. You've seen total darkness before. You've been in total darkness. You've seen pitch black. This is worse than that. It is staring into nothing. And emerging from the center of this are two bright red eyes. And a voice fills your head and says, "I know you seek answers. Follow me, and I will show you what you have been looking for." What do you do?
I grip my holy symbol at first, my amulet around my neck, and say a quick prayer to Linder, and I walk forward.
Okay. This creature begins to move through the trees. And as you follow it, you begin to feel colder. You begin to feel a bit heavier. and something strange is happening to you, and you are suddenly feeling pins and needles all throughout your body, starting at your hands and feet, and traveling through your entire body. Um, and you come to a quick stop as you realize that this creature has stopped right in front of you, and it is pointing at something. And as your gaze follows its hand, you stop and see that there is something not quite human, but humanoid in its shape. That is kind of hunched down next to a tree, and it appears to just be kind of clawing at the dirt.
All right, I'll approach it, and I'll cast. No, I won't cast dancing lights. I'll just approach it and. Who goes there?
So, how close?
About 10 feet away.
Okay. You get up close to it, and as you stop and you call out who goes there, it suddenly goes very tense and slowly turns back to look at you. And you see, kind of against the moonlight, two glowing eyes like that of a cat or a dog. And you catch your dog's eyes looking at you down the hallway, and you just go, "Oh, Jesus!"
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that, except worse, because this thing has a very defined and recognizable face. And you see that this thing is a very crazed and emaciated looking furball, with just patchy red hair, and just this kind of pale blue, liver spotted, highly pockmarked skin. You can see patches on its neck and its arms where it has just been furiously scratching away at itself. And you realize that you are looking at a feral person. And this person stands up and looks at you and says, "Who goes there?"
Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Who goes there? Oh no.
I start backing away, and I look for the figure that pointed at it. Is it still there?
It is not there. And as you turn back to look, you suddenly hear a shriek, and you can hear this thing scurrying up to you. And as it gets closer, and into a more well-lit place in the clearing of the moonlight, you can tell that this thing looks a lot like you, just in a very, very bad way. And it grabs you by the head and screams in your face. And the woods around you erupt into flame. What do you do?
I at first stand very strong. Like when it's just screaming, like nothing, like stone face. But as soon as the flames erupt, like I imagine they erupt in a circle and just start shivering and like sweating. I was still standing my ground and like reaching for my wand.
Okay. So you are very quickly engulfed in smoke.
Yeah.
And it is very hard to breathe and very hard to see. And this thing has got a hold on you. I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay. I'm okay with those.
Mhm.
Oh, not when I roll on that one.
No, certainly not. So you are doing your best to like stay steeled to this. Um, you might not even be convinced that it's really happening at this point. But as you continue to look into this creature's eyes, um, you see that it begins to have its eyes go completely black. And it is very similar to this shadow that you saw that drew you out here. And this creature begins to cock its head back, and you can hear the snapping and cracking of bones as it's dislocating its shoulders and realigning its spinal cord.
Ugh.
And two very long, slender arms protrude from this thing's mouth, and something is beginning to crawl out. And as it begins to emerge, this thick, pale mist that is an almost like lime green begins to emerge from it and wrap itself around. And as you struggle against this, you find yourself just locked in panic, in fear, unable to move. And you are suddenly engulfed in this mist. The fire is gone. The creature is gone. Everything around you is mist. And all you can hear is what sounds like dozens of voices whispering from a great distance. Make a perception check for me.
All right. 12.
So you kind of frantically scan the horizon, trying to figure out what the fuck just happened. And as you are just panicking, kind of looking around everywhere, spinning around, you're losing your sense of direction. Suddenly you see probably about 15 feet away from you, but still partially obscured by this mist, a second figure. This one is not the thing that you saw that screamed in your face, and it is not the shadow.
Yeah.
It appears to be a fairly simply but well-dressed elf, who is just watching, smiling. He says,
Excuse me.
he says, another one. Come find me when you get your bearings. And he disappears into the mist. That is going to cut us back to the scene in the wagon as Walter kind of snaps back from this. Ava watches him intently to see if he will be able to remember the next step. He places his hand over the next card and hesitates. Then, quickly remembering to himself the correct order to turn them, he reaches to the card at the top of the pile and flips it over to reveal the image of a mirror that has been shattered and a man staring into the mirror, screaming in agony. His eyes go milky white, and once again, we are drawn to another scene. Eric, you have lived in Waterdeep for a while. You are a proud citizen of Waterdeep. Your nobility is not just a point of pride for you, but also the most defining characteristic of your life. That is until you pledged yourself into the service of Tyr. Go ahead and give us a brief introduction to Eric.
Eric is the youngest son of the noble family in Waterdeep. His family name is Godsfury. The Godsfury family came to prominence fighting in the Troll Wars about 6 generations back. And they were granted lands and title by the then open Lord of Waterdeep at the time. Their family grew to prominence. Eric is, like I said, the youngest son of a noble family, and he worshipped the ground his father walked on. His mother, he's also the youngest child of the family as well. His mother actually died in childbirth with him. He was a very late in life baby. He is 21 years old at this point. His father is well into his 60s. Eric has the motto of the God's Fury family is honor, service, and fealty. And they're pledged to the city of Waterdeep, and each member of the family goes into service of Waterdeep in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's joining the clergy, joining the guard, joining the watch, in some fashion they all do.
Right.
Eric's choice in service was by becoming a paladin of Tyr, and following the teachings of Tyr and trying to exalt that and bring honor to his family. Recently, things have happened in Eric's life that have made him question everything. The only thing he has to hold on to at this point is his faith in Tyr and Tyr's ability to find justice in all things. He is struck out on his own in order to find a new path outside of his family's name and his family's influence. He has a squire. I don't know if he's still with him or not. It's his younger cousin, who it was seeking to join the ranks of Tyr as well, but has chosen to accompany Eric to try and learn from him and his experiences in the road and learn the ways of martial fighting as well as learn the teachings of Tyr.
Okay. So what's your cousin's name?
Podrick.
Podrick. All right. So, the two of you have been. Have the two of you been close your whole lives, or have you just kind of been in a large noble family? You just kind of.
We're about 7 years apart. So he is like 15, 16 years old.
Okay.
And he is basically, everyone in the God's Fury family looks for ways to serve Waterdeep. It is their primary attribute for their family name. And so when he heard about me pledging to the House of Tyr, that's not the normal fashion. Normally, like I said, they serve in the army, or they serve in the navy, or they serve in the city some way, or they serve as members of the council in some way, shape, or form, representatives of the hidden lords. But he basically chose to go against the grain and actually enter service of the church. And so when Pod heard about this, he basically, being young, being rebellious, he saw it as a way to find a way to thumb his nose at his own parents and his own authority figures and do something that was outside of what is normal for a God's Fury. So he chose to follow his path, and he chose to squire himself to him.
So he's kind of the little brother that you never had, being that you were the youngest in your immediate family.
Right.
So there's probably some emulation. There's probably some adoration. Maybe even a little bit of idolizing. Maybe he's trying to work on that, being that like that's not really your whole thing, being as devout to the cause as you are, but
I mean,
it's
Eric has personal vanities. He is a noble,
of course,
and he has always been very gifted when it comes to his physical appearance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled jaw, the usual stuff. And
total Chad.
Yeah, total Chad. And through his adventures, he's acquired scars and everything like that, but they've only enhanced it. So
yeah, why not? Yeah,
every fight he gets prettier.
So I'd say you and Podrick have been you've been traveling now. I'd say you've been on the road a couple of weeks. You're just kind of taking him on a pilgrimage at this point. But it's also a pilgrimage for you. There have been things that have kind of shook your faith, and you need to go clear your head. You need to go make sure that you're on the right path, and make sure that what you to be so true is actually true.
Yes. And one of the major things that would be, more, if anyone ever comes, if the characters come from Waterdeep in the same time period, one of the things that would be very true, that would be very public knowledge, is that Eric was engaged and his fiancée, for some reason, took her own life.
Yeah. So with all of this, it's very important for you to go. And tonight, you find yourself sleeping on the road. It's not necessarily your preferred setup, but you understand that it's a necessity for doing what you do. And it's also a good way to try to keep yourself humble, keep yourself on the right path. You don't need to sleep on, goose feathers every night. But you dream of her tonight, and it's very vivid, and it's very intense, and you awake in a very cold sweat. And as you kind of look around the campsite, you notice that Podrick is missing. All of his stuff is still there, including his shoes.
Okay.
He is nowhere to be found.
Got it. Well, I instantly get up and slip on my boots real fast. Get up. I'm assuming since we're traveling that we're sleeping armed and armored. So I will, grab my weapon and light a torch off the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go over to where Podrick was sleeping as I'm belting on my sword, and kind of hold the torch over and see if I can find tracks, prints, anything that I can judge what if he maybe he just got up to go to the bathroom. Did he walk off into the woods? That type of thing.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Gotcha. Well, that's not bad.
So it's very easy to see that there wasn't a sign of struggle, and there wasn't a sign of him getting up and walking away. There are no footprints. However, it looks like his sleeping cot, or rather his sleeping bag, has been kind of dragged just a little bit, and then just on the outskirts of the camp, you can see that there are what appear to be claw marks of someone being dragged, like their fingers being dragged through the dirt, off into the dark.
I spin around. I snatch my shield off the ground. I put it on my arm. Put the torch in that hand. Draw my blade and begin instantly running after the claw marks.
Okay. So you follow it for a while, a couple of minutes, and they're kind of sporadic. As you keep kind of looking down and then looking out into the dark, just to see where you're going, but also keep track of the actual claw marks. You can see that they aren't just held in one place. They're frantic. They are.
He was grasping
failed,
at the ground.
They are failed attempts at every mark to grasp and stay in one place, and they get more and more sporadic the farther that you go. And after a few more minutes of following, you hear a very faint scream.
Okay.
Seems to be coming from maybe half a mile to the west.
Jeez.
But it is loud and it echoes through the hills.
Okay. What type of terrain are we in?
You are in the hill country.
Okay.
You are kind of traveling along the coast. Right now, as I said, it's been a couple of weeks on the road. So you are right now. You are not too far from. I'd say you're not too far from Baldur's Gate. However, you are more to the west of where Baldur's Gate is. Still closer to the coastline.
Yeah. All right. So, hearing how far it's estimated away, shit. It's. I'm just gonna keep on moving. I'm gonna double my pace and start heading in that direction. Is that the direction the drag marks were going to?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna double my pace.
So, give me a quick athletics check. Yeah. So you manage to up the pace, but also pace yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You are not you're not overextending yourself. So
yeah, I'm just. My whole thing is, I know it's now a distance away, so I need to pick up the pace. But like you said, I don't want to exhaust myself before I get there.
But you are also moving through the hills, so you are kind of trying to keep that. As you're going uphill, you are pushing forward, and if you find yourself at an incline, you allow yourself to kind of catch your breath a bit, still using gravity to move you ahead at the same pace, not losing any time, but keeping your resolve.
And trying not to kill myself.
Right, exactly. It's another 3 or 4 minutes of following these tracks and hearing the occasional scream that you then start to notice that the claw marks stop. They are no longer on the ground. And instead, you will now hear the sound of the scream clearer and with a more kind of more defined location of where they're at.
Okay.
As you kind of crest this hill, you see that about 80 feet away from you, kind of dangling over this slight overgrowth, there is a writhing and wriggling figure of a person being held just up by one hand by this tall, shadowy figure. And you see this against the backlight of the full moon. Make another perception check for me.
Gotcha. Hang on a second. Good lord.
Nice. So with a 19, you kind of fix your gaze on this and kind of lower the torch just a bit so it is not actively working against you at this distance. As you kind of squint and you listen, you recognize that the shrieks that are happening are the voice of Podrick. And this person that's being held aloft looks to be about Podrick's size and build.
Gotcha.
What do you do?
I'm not exactly about subtlety, so I begin charging forward, and once and I'm in heavy armor, so I'm clanking the entire way.
Yeah, just clunk, 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 clunk. Yeah.
So it's when I get within 30 feet, I will use my channel divinity to infuse my weapon with Tyr's might, and now I'll drop the torch because my sword is now glowing, and I will charge into the thing. I'm just trying to knock Podrick out of its hands, so I will literally just. I have Shield Master, and I'll use the feet to actually try and bash this thing. Instead of moving it, I just want to knock Podrick out of its hands, or the figure that may or may not be Podrick.
Then go ahead and make an athletics check then.
Oh, I scrolled past it. Where did you go, athletics? I'm on fire.
Pretty good here.
Good rolls, finally.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so you charge towards this thing, and as you get up close, you can see that the figure that's being held up, being held by the throat, is a very heavily cut and sliced up and scarred Podrick, who looks down at you just with absolute terror in his eyes. And for a brief moment, you're like you put a lot of resolve by this, and you went to smash this thing with your shield to get it to drop. And for the briefest of moments, he looks out at you, and you hear him say, "Eric, help me!" And you falter for a brief moment. And as you kind of you put a lot of weight into it, you feel suddenly that your shield is caught by this other hand, and you are held in place by this shadowy figure. And with your sword lighting it up, this thing seems to almost absorb this light that you are emitting from your sword, and a voice just rumbles across the sky at you and says, "Your pitiful gods are no match for me." And you are thrown back. Podrick continues to cry out in pain as it rakes another clawed hand across his gut. And he begins to sprout these large wings and fly up into the night sky. And you hear Podrick's screams for help as he begins to fly off more towards the coast. towards the actual coastline.
God. All right. I don't know what else to do. How far away is it?
He is roughly 30 feet in the air.
Oh.
And he is about 50 feet away from.
Gotcha. 30 feet in the air, 50 feet away from me. I would not do it. All right. I yell out, Podrick, I'm going to find you. I'm going to activate my divine sense.
Okay.
I just want to get a reading on this thing. I want to tell if it is. I can check. Let me see what my ability allows me to look for.
I think it's being celestial or undead.
I do. I'm devotion, so it might be different. Celestial, fiend, or undead. It's the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it fall into any of those categories? It's still within 60 feet, so I can still ping it.
It is. You are picking up both a fiendish presence, but it is undead.
At this point, so it's headed towards the coast. I notate, I literally notate the position of the moon in the sky. I want to get a good bearing where this thing's going. I can't run this thing down on foot. So I'm going to run back to the camp. This time I'm going to really push myself. And I'm going to get our gear and our mounts, and I'm going to start just riding in that direction as hard as I can.
Okay. So you ride as hard and fast as the horses can take. And this, as you're riding along the coastline, you can see that there is a fog kind of coming in from the ocean, and it seems to be moving unnaturally fast. And as you were doing your best to kind of plot where you were, your best guess of where this thing was going to be headed, you can once again hear the anguished cries of Padre. And you find yourself on the right track. And you can see that kind of almost hovering out over the water, still holding Podrick. This thing is kind of just up in the air looking down at you. And you hear the same voice kind of echo through the sky. I wonder if the boy can swim. And he drops Podrick into the ocean.
How far off the shore is he?
He looks to be about 40 feet off into the water.
So I just whip out a dagger and I just start cutting the straps of my armor.
All right. So as you begin to try to cut these straps, you see that this fog that has been rolling in has now completely enveloped this creature in the sky, and it begins to move closer and closer to you. And you kind of stop for a second, as this is not how any fog that you have ever seen behaves. Just before you cut the strap, you feel as this fog kind of rolls over you, this large presence just swoop over the top of you. Make a quick strength save for me.
Give me 1 second. Just a strength save?
Yep. So you kind of stumble a bit, but you were able to keep yourself upright as this, most likely this creature just kind of did a flyby at you. And as you kind of look around for it, you see that you are now completely enveloped in almost pale green mist. And you dart your eyes around, still trying to see if there is any sight of this thing, but you are not able to see more than a few feet in front of your face. And you feel the waves of this ocean kind of crash against your boots, and then crash again. And then there is a more steady flow of water. And then it is a constant, almost stream of water. And as you are looking down, trying to see what's going on and what's happening, you can hear footsteps kind of splashing. And as you look up, you see just ahead of you, there is an elvish man who is very finely dressed, but wearing kind of plain clothing. He's not very lavish. This would be more of like a casual dinner party jacket for someone of your caliber. Mm-hmm. Finely made, but not anything to catch anyone's real eye or attention. He smiles at you, and he says, "It was a good effort, at least.
Who are you?
This is all going to be very strange for you, I'm sure. But if you follow the river, I'll meet you there at the end."
What river?
And he steps backwards, and you can see him kind of disappear into the mist, and you hear the footfalls of this splash as if someone is walking in a river, and it kind of dawns on you that you're not in an ocean anymore. Somehow you are now standing in a very slow and gently moving, shallow portion of a river.
Just out of curiosity, I reach down, I dip my fingers into water and like touch it to my tongue. Is it salt water?
It is not. There is a very faint, like acrid taste. Yeah. But it is not salt.
So I'll go pick up the rest of our junk, our horses, and since I'm in this fog and it's dark, I'm going to have to lead the horses, and I don't have anywhere else to go, and this guy's the only person with information, so I'm going to try and follow the river down.
All right. That's going to take us back to the scene in the wagon. Once again, Walter kind of regains his composure and fixes his gaze to Madame Ava. She nods to him and says, "Good. Doing well. Only a few more." And she gestures to the deck. He moves his hand down to the card at the bottom and flips it open, revealing a almost muscle tissue constructed skeletal creature of some kind. It looks feral. It looks like some sort of horrible beast. It looks like it has the tones of a human's muscle, with the face of some sort of animal. And once again, his eyes completely gloss over, and this milky white. Lorelei, you have been having a very strange dream. It's been the sensation of falling, but never getting that jolt of waking up, like falling back into your body and having that quick, that startle of waking up, just without actually landing on it. And it's been very disorienting when you do feel that hard jolt and it wakes you. And as you look around, you're back in the Badlands, you're back in your camp, you are awake, and everything's fine. But you turn to look, and Kilrim's supposed to be on watch, and he's usually pretty good about it. But he's not here. What do you do? And also, give us a brief introduction to Lorelei.
Okay. Lorelei is 5'10", so pretty tall, but very muscular and strong. She has black hair with a silver streak in it, green eyes, really tan skin because she has been traveling in the woods, or not just in the woods, but she's just been traveling out on the road, living kind of place to place for a long time now. And yeah, she wears just very basic clothes and stuff. And
so she is she like pretty, she travels pretty light. She doesn't really carry too much with her.
Yeah. She doesn't have a whole lot with her. No.
Okay. So you've been traveling with Kilrim for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
You ran into him, and you both kind of realized that you were from the same area. You've been you both of you wanted to get out of the Empire, and kind of pursue your own individual goals. And when he presented you with the fact that he was wanting to go to the Badlands, you said, yeah, sure. Staying in one place for too long is not really your style.
Nope. I don't like doing that.
And the Badlands is a good place to disappear. So you find yourself just kind of on the southern border of the Comoran Republic, chasing this lead. And it's very out of character for Kilrim to just dip in the night.
Yeah. So she'll start to get up and kind of look around a little just to see if there's anything that she can, any footprints of his leading away or anything. Just trying to see if there's any evidence of where he might have wandered off to.
Okay. So Kilrim's not exactly the sneakiest guy.
Yeah.
he doesn't really make a point to cover his tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Which may or may not be a point of annoyance for you.
Yeah.
But it is easy enough for you to track him. You kind of you get his tracks, and you kind of get his scent.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to have gone off into the woods.
Okay, she'll start to kind of follow his tracks, and she doesn't want to be very loud. Obviously, she wants to be kind of quiet about it, but she wants to start kind of whispering, like kill him, like trying to see if she can hear him anywhere.
Okay, make a perception check for me.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah.
Ooh.
You know.
So you kind of begin the hunt. You're looking around. You're doing a very stage whisper. Kill him! Hey, stop fucking around! And
Yeah.
It's not really giving you the results that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And you suddenly kind of you have this hair on the back of your neck moment,
Mm-hmm.
and you realize that you're not only being watched, but you're being followed.
Okay. She'll kind of keep going for a little while longer and see if she can if she can sense if like that thing seems to be following her more. Like, is it still following her?
As best as you can tell, something is stalking you, but you can't seem to get a bead on where it is exactly or what it is. You know something is following you. You can feel it in your bones.
Okay, she's gonna spin around really quickly and see if she can see anything.
Yeah, you turn around and sure enough, there is movement that's kind of in the brush behind you. And you can see two very large yellow eyes kind of at the mid-level of the brush.
All right, she would have had her great axe with her because she doesn't go anywhere without it. So she's gonna kind of pull that out and everything, or like have it like at the ready.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna take a step towards the eyes.
As you take a step towards the eyes, another set appears next to it, and then another to its right, and then another to its left. And now there are several eyes that are watching you through this brush.
Okay. 1 second. Sorry. So, okay. Never mind, that's probably not gonna work. She's sorry.
That's all right.
My brain is.
I mean, it's tense. It's a tense thing. You now have several sets of eyes looking at you. As you kind of
tell? Could she tell what does it look like animals?
make a nature check.
Okay, I'm a little bit.
Or are you proficient?
I'm
in survival?
proficient. Both, yeah. I'm proficient in both.
Okay,
Nature
I will
and survival.
give you different information for both of those roles, but I will let you choose which one you want.
I mean, they're the same, so it's it doesn't really. Ah!
Ooh, a natural one.
Another nat one.
Oh.
Hey, so
This is going great, guys.
Curse of Strahd. Curse of Strahd.
so yes,
This is
They
the
are-
best.
yes, they are animalized, but it is impossible to tell from the brush what kind of animal.
Ah!
And as you were kind of, it's a bunch of little dachshund, and they come out and they say
God.
it's a fun campaign where it's puppies and rainbows. No, no, you are watched, and as you are kind of taking a moment to study these eyes, you see a new set of eyes that appears above this brush,
Mhm.
and slightly behind it. And these are two very large red eyes that aren't glowing off of this reflected light. These are producing light.
No, that's weird.
And this low growl begins to emerge from the brush.
All right, she's gonna shout. Who are you?
There is a moment of silence, and this voice fills your ears. It says, "I am the one who will collar you. I am the one who you will come to know as master. You will be my beast." And emerging from the brush are 4 very large wolves
God damn it!
that appear to be made of shadow. They do not look to be tangible.
Okay.
They seem, you can almost kind of see through them. But they are beginning to circle around.
Okay, she's gonna start backing up, trying to not let them get like completely surrounded, like like behind her.
Okay, yeah. You are. How are you about that? Are you just trying to? Are you kind of like trying to move yourself back, or are you like?
Yeah, I'm
yourself?
trying to move myself back. Like if I can get some or even something just to be so that they can't come up like right behind me. Also.
Okay. Roll me a percentage.
Oh fuck. How do I do that again? Oh yeah, never mind.
Oh yeah,
I remember.
Do the D100.
Do I just do 2 of like the D10s or something? Oops.
Yeah, no, just D100. It's
there. I don't see a D100.
It should be underneath the D20 on the dice tab on the left.
You can also just type in the box /roll space D100.
Ah, I see. Oh, hey, there we go. I figured it out. Sorry. There we go.
62, not bad. So you are kind of moving backwards, and you almost trip over something, but you don't completely fall backwards. And as you look down to see what it was, there is a very familiar wand laying on the ground, and you recognize it to be Kilrim's wand.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it and like stick it in my pocket real quick.
Okay, so as you bend down to grab it, you've kind of left yourself a bit exposed here, and these wolves pounce on you. And as you kind of like recoil and like slash, your axe does just kind of pass through them, and you are being swarmed by these wolves, and they're not. Again, they're not like a physical thing, but they are still overwhelming you, and your vision kind of gets obscured and blurred, and it's very disorienting. And I need you to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Great. Cool. Okay.
Wisdom save.
Yikes.
Ouch.
That's the barbarian wisdom save right there.
Hell
There
yeah,
you
it
go.
is. Barbarians, high wisdom. So you...
I'm so fucked in this game. Like I'm so screwed right now, guys.
You'll be fine. Don't worry. I'm not gonna kill you before you meet your friends.
You're not gonna kill me in the first episode.
No,
I mean,
no,
come on.
I'm not. We're not even
it's like-
rolling actual initiative.
It's like classic. It'd be classic for me.
So you become.
I swear we need a shirt that says that's literally like got my name on it or whatever, and in quotation marks it says "and I died again."
Yeah, it just says and Kessie's dead. So you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kessie's dead.
Yeah. you become heavily disoriented, and you are confused, and it's hard to tell which direction is up and what's happening as you kind of lose your footing and tumble backwards, and you are just kind of violently just thrashing at these wolves, making no dents, no real damage done, nothing. And you find yourself becoming enraged, and your bestial form and bestial nature kind of overtakes you.
Mm-hmm.
And you are forced to change.
Okay.
And it just overtakes you, or now in just a bit of rage, just trying, just almost feral at this point to get these things off of you. Because they aren't hurting you, they're just it's something worse. They're messing with your head.
Yeah.
When suddenly there is a very tangible hand at your throat, and these two red eyes stare down into yours, and as the hand clasps over your throat, once again you hear that voice that says, "Just as I thought, nothing but a beast, but you will have your uses." And this hand tightens and tightens and tightens, constricting your air, and it feels as though you are being collared. And as you struggle, the form of this thing just overtakes you and envelops you in this mist, and you thrash about for a few more seconds until finally there is just quiet, just eerie blank quiet, and you are completely enveloped in the mist.
Am I still being like pinned down or anything like that, or like I can't? No. All right. I stand up and I start looking around. Can I see anything at all, or is it literally just mist?
Make a perception check for me.
See how this goes.
So you don't see much of anything aside from mist. As you kind of try to feel your way around and try to get your bearings and get back, maybe out of the woods and back to camp, maybe try to find Kilram. You move about 10 feet and you see just ahead of you this figure standing in the mist. Figure of an elven man dressed in these very simple but fine clothes with a large grin across his face. And he just kind of clicks his teeth at you. Says, Timber. You have to be careful. People see you like this. Who knows what will happen? Better clean yourself up. And once you find your way out this fall, come and find me. And he steps backwards out of the mist, or out into the mist. Roll another percentile dice.
Because that went well the first time.
It did, actually. It went very well the first time.
14.
Wow.
That could call divine intervention.
It could. So you kind of aimlessly wander through this fog for a little bit longer, and just as you are starting to get super frustrated and you reach down and you grab this rock and you just throw it into the mist because it's just more mist. It's just more mist. It's always more mist. It doesn't get any less thick. It doesn't have any end. You just throw this rock. And Kilram, you take 1 point of damage.
I knew it.
Hits you in the back of the head.
Oh, great.
And you hear Kilram just shout out in pain. And you kind of make your way in that direction.
Kilram! Kilram!
Yo, Lorelei?
Where'd you go?
I'm sorry. I got lost and I got rash. I thought there was a lead.
Have I actually reached him? Have I actually found him yet?
So you are close. The more that you guys are talking, it is easier for you to find each other. And once you are actually reunited, you decide that it is better to stay very close to each other.
Yeah, I'm gonna like grab him by the arm and I'm gonna pull out his wand and put it in his hand and be like, "You need to be more careful about your things."
Thank you. Thank you for finding it.
So that will jump us back to the wagon where Walter is finishing the reading. And without any hesitation, this time more sure of himself, he reaches to the center and flips the card over in the middle. To reveal the visage of a armor-clad warrior with a skeletal face, riding atop of a steed that is partially decayed. It is yet while it is still very grotesque to look at, there is still something very noble in its appearance. Trey.
Yes.
You have also lived in Waterdeep for a decent chunk of your life.
Pretty much my whole life.
There are parts of your life where you weren't always here, but for the majority, definitely the formative years of your life, and then some, you have been a part of the city of Waterdeep, as much as it has been a part of you. Why don't you go ahead and give us a brief introduction to Trey?
Okay, so Trey is a half drow. His family has been living quasi above surface for a long time. The temple to Elistray that his mother is a priest of and that his father is a protector of is technically below the city near Skullport in what it was technically the Underdark, but not like the Underdark proper. And so it's more part of Waterdeep than it would be actually classified as the Underdark. He grew up there. His sister, who was his twin sister, ended up joining the priesthood, and he followed in his father's footsteps and started learning how to protect the temple. And then as he got older, he ended up finding a relic that led him to realize that before his family had fallen to Loth, they had once been a noble elven family. So he's kind of on a quest to sort of restore the family's name and basically bring honor back to it, even though there's probably still lines of the family down in the Underdark that are ridiculously evil.
So,
like this part of the family, the part that's rejected Loth and come back into the light, in the sense.
So, I'm going to let you guys decide, you and Ray, if you guys being in the city of Waterdeep and both kind of being members of the clergy, if you guys know of each other, or if you know each other, or if there is a work relationship between the two of you, or if you're completely oblivious to one another.
So, is Trey's, how definite are his half drow features? Is he known as a half drow? Is that a known thing?
So he has kind of more of the Caucasian skin, but his drow features are there. He has kind of the silvery gray hair. There's a little tiny bit of a blue tint to the skin color if you're really cautiously paying attention, but it's not anything dark. He's clearly a half elf, and if you know anything about the drow, you'd be able to figure out that's where the elf half comes from. He's not ridiculous about necessarily hiding it either, because he's proud to be a member of the temple that he works for. Elistray is the one good drow goddess out of the dark. I forget what they call it, but it's the dark Cylindre or something.
Mm-hmm. The three sisters.
For those of you who don't know the history, when Loth actually was basically the wife overseeing God. She was married to what's his name? Right?
Pilar?
No, the elf god.
I know. I can't remember his name.
Starts with a C. Cormyr.
Yeah.
She was married to Cormyr, and then she ended up falling into darkness, and she basically had elves that were corrupted and went with her. and there was a whole kind of little subset of gods that got corrupted with her and also went. Elistray was the child of Cormair and Loth before she fell, and she went with them, but not because she was corrupted, but because she actually was trying to help save them, and she was hoping that one day, like, they would be redeemable, or that she could lead them back to the light. So in Drow culture, they know of Elistray because if you go on a raid at nighttime, high-ranking members know that they need to be cautious because through the moon and through the night, she can speak to the Drow and try to sort of like get them back. But for the others, they kind of hide her because they don't really want people to know that there's actually like a good god in the Drow pantheon, if that makes sense. So he doesn't hide it, right? He's kind of proud of his church and his beliefs, but he's not like running around on the street screaming that he's a half Drow either, if that makes sense.
It's Corellian, not Cormier. Cormier is a city or a country.
Okay.
But anyway, so no, what I was actually kind of getting at was he doesn't hide the fact that he's half Drow, but he doesn't advertise the fact that he's half Drow. And Elistray doesn't really have a temple in Waterdeep.
She does. She has the promenade to the Dark Maiden. It's underneath it near Skullport, kind of in the Underdark.
Well, then, yeah, I would never even have heard of it.
Fair enough.
That's not.
So I would
not
travel
where
around.
A noble boy goes.
Yeah, I would travel around. I have a feeling I know who you are because your family is much more prominent in the city.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, you probably like know of him. Like maybe you might have seen him once, but not much of interaction then between the two of you. Like definitely not like a, oh hey, I haven't seen you since grade school kind of a setup.
No, because I would have been taught most of the stuff in the temple. I mean, like coming up to Waterdeep is really just to go to Waterdeep. It's like when you live in a rural little town, kind of like 30 minutes outside of a big city. You know what I mean? Like, you're familiar with the big city. You love going there, but you still go home and nobody knows where you're from.
Okay. So with that established, you have had this fragment for quite some time. And it has you have always kind of felt like something pulled you to it. Like this feels almost like fate. There feels like there is something like bigger behind the scenes that is kind of orchestrating your fate, which isn't completely uncommon or unheard of, especially for members of the clergy, of really any faith in the Forgotten Realms. The gods are very real; they are very present, and they are their influence is very felt. So this is something that is not foreign to you, but it has not been this intense before. When you this feeling in your gut, and it's almost as if there is a voice, an actual voice in your head, that is telling you something is coming. Something big is coming. Prepare. And it's been like this for weeks. How would Trey be preparing for this vague hint of something coming, something ominous?
And there's nothing more specific than just something is coming?
So it is, you're getting the feeling that it's something big, it's something dark, it's something evil. Because this fragment has never really, it's driven you to do a lot of things, and it's driven you mainly to continue down this path that you had chosen for yourself of trying to put more good into the world than that of your bloodline. To be the example. To almost to be your own Drizzt.
Oh no! Don't even do that.
Ooh, he said it.
Ooh. Can I make a new character now?
Sure.
Man, why'd you have to compare me to that guy?
It's the only other drought that I can think of that isn't like a bad comparison. And I mean like actually like good and bad, not like a terrible comparison or a good comparison, like actual tangible good and evil.
Well, I would probably talk to my mom about this feeling of impending doom coming and some sort of darkness arriving, and see if there's any prophecies or if there's anything that, on the more clerical side of things they're aware of. Actually, I'd probably talk to my sister first. She's my twin. I probably feel more comfortable talking to her.
So, how extensive is your knowledge about this fragment?
So once I found it, I started researching it. I actually know that it belongs to like one of the swords. I know that it theoretically can be repaired if it chooses to be repaired, but that it also chose to break itself rather than serve the family any longer. So, I mean, if it had a proper name, I probably know what that is, but I didn't want to get that far into like making things up for you.
Right. So it's been lost to you. Like you were able to find this fragment of it, but you haven't been able to find the rest of the blade in its entirety and reforge it and reconstruct it. And it's been something that you've kind of would you say that would you say that it's been obsessive that you've been trying to figure it out, or would you say that it's been more of like a mystery that like you hope to solve one day?
So from my character's perspective, like Trey feels like if he's proved himself to be worthy, it'll show up. Like it'll present itself somehow. If he never actually does that, then it'll just remain lost. Like he doesn't actually expect to find the blade and then be wandering around with it for a decade trying to like, figure out what the next step is. He figures the blade will somehow be put in his path after he's ready to be able to put it back together, if that makes sense. So he's not worried about where it is or what's going on with it. He's just more concerned with like understanding like, the history of it. Like this was the family name back before we fell. This is the blade and kind of what its history had been before it got sundered. This is like just the overarching pieces of knowledge, not like this is where it's located. This is the last place it was seen. Like he's not stressing about that kind of stuff. I mean,
okay. So when you go to talk to your family about this, they offer some insight to you that is kind of some of it is insight that you really could have just gotten yourself, to try to really like meditate more on this, to kind of give yourself over more to the will of the gods, to kind of just essentially the long and short of it is like they're going to tell you like just go with the flow here, trust trust the fragment, trust your gut, trust your faith. However, your sister tells you that she has actually found something interesting that you would find interesting in particular about this. That she was able to uncover a bit more knowledge about this blade. And it turns out that this blade has not just been lost, but has been like lost out of almost out of space and time. Like it disappeared. Like according to the legends of this and like the retellings of it, this particular blade it wasn't just lost, it disappeared. It has ceased to be almost, which makes you having the fragment of it all the more impressive.
Yeah, that's weird. Does she know if it disappeared like around the time that it was sundered, or does she know if it disappeared at some other time? I know that's a weird question, but I'm just curious if like the fragment came off and then it vanished, or if it vanished and then the fragment came off and somehow made its way back here.
So, as best as she can tell, based on the information that she has recently acquired, it would seem that it was sundered prior. It was almost the act of it being sundered is what made it disappear.
It did want to have nothing to do with the drow version of the line, so that doesn't surprise me too much.
So there, she in telling you this, she's basically telling you like continue searching if you'd like and continue trying to find it, but like you may not ever find it. So just with the fragment that you have, you get this information, and like as you're kind of contemplating this, you get that feeling once again deep in your gut. But instead, this time of it being that something is coming, instead, this feeling and this voice is saying, "He's here."
He's here. I'm literally going to say that out loud when I hear it from it.
And as you say that, your sister, what is your sister's name?
Elise.
So
we were literally named after Elistray in pieces because we were twins, and we both have like a blue and a green eye, which was sort of like seen as an omen. So my mom just named us after her, kind of broken in half.
She looks up at you kind of quizzically. She says, "What did you just say?" And as she says that, there is this powerful just burst of energy as this dark torrent kind of ripples over the two of you.
The second a dark torrent starts rippling over us, I'm going to immediately cast Detect Magic.
So very much like Kilrim, it's been very... you've done this before. It's not something that is foreign to you, and you understand that there is kind of like a highlight, an outline around items or specific magic auras and whatnot. And once again, very much like Kilrim, you are violently accosted with just this overwhelming source of magical light. From the schools of conjuration, evocation. Conjuration, evocation, enchantment, and transmutation.
And just like him, I'm thinking that's a very dangerous combination.
Yeah. And however,
is the
differently,
source arcane or divine? Or can you even tell the difference?
So it is. I'll make an Arcana check.
Oh man, can I make a religion check to be able to tell if it's religious?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'll let you make a religion check.
22.
All right. So with that, you are accosted by this, and it is very sudden, and it's a bit overwhelming. But you can tell that this energy is it's foreign. It is unlike the magic that you are used to, and it is unlike the magic that you also know of from divine and the arcane. It has a bit more of a divine like texture to it, but corrupted, perverse. It is almost inverted. Rather than being holy or divine, it is something dark. It is something old. It is something sinister, and it is very powerful.
That's not good.
And unlike Kilram, instead of it just being swirling around you and continuously so, it all begins to form and merge into one just bright, solid being in front of you. Are you going to keep your the detect magic up?
No, I'm gonna drop it.
Okay. So as you drop it, standing in this room is a very there's a very intimidating presence. It is not. It is not something that is. It doesn't feel like there is something in front of you. It is like an absence of space. It's almost simultaneously pushing you away from it, but also drawing you in, and it's very disorienting. And this figure just kind of turns its head and looks between you and your sister, and just kind of cocks its head and says, "Two of you. But which one is the right one? I suppose I'll have to do both."
No, I'm the right one. And I'm just gonna look back towards my sister and try to see if there's a way to get out of the swirliness that was around us.
Make an intelligence check.
Oh, sorry. I rolled a bunch of. I rolled once.
That's okay.
No, I rolled 3 times.
you rolled it 3 times. We'll take the first one. So you kind of quickly look around the room here, trying to figure out the best way to get your sister out of here, get her to safety, protect her. And as you say, "I'm the right one," it cocks its head at you. And even with the absence of a face, you can tell that it smiles at you. You feel that it is amused by you, and it begins to hold out a very long, jagged finger pointing at your sister. And you can tell that if you don't act very quickly, she is going to be in mortal danger.
I'm going to stand
Possibly
between her.
die.
I'm standing between her and it, and I'm like pulling my shield. And in Underdark, I'm going to say to her, find a way out of here.
Okay. Does your sister practice the same faith as you? Is she also kind of going down the same path as you, or is she more of an academic?
She's a cleric, like she's a priestess of Elistray. Like she would actually be in the cleric class. That's what my mom is too. My mom is like a higher level priestess in the order.
Got it. So,
my dad works as a temple guard. My mom was a priestess. That's kind of how they ended up like finding each other, and then we both kind of went down like each of our respective parents' paths.
So she's actually going to bless you. And she's going to try to make a break for it, while you hold this thing's attention or do whatever it is you're going to do to this thing. And
I'm going to try to intimidate it. I'm going to tell it, you let her go, or this place is about to be one of the brightest lights you've ever seen.
Okay, make your intimidation.
Oh, that hurt.
Okay. So you say that, and there is this raspy, almost like scratching laughter. It almost sounds dusty. And this voice answers back to you and says, "There is no light that I cannot extinguish. Allow me to demonstrate." And this thing is very, very quickly upon you. And it is going to strike you. Does a 22 hit your AC?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you see this thing just suddenly like move. It's almost as if it was one like solid movement, like leaning forward or standing up. And it is suddenly right in front of you, and it holds this very long hand up in front of it and just backhands you. And you are going to take 8 points of damage as you are hurtled back into the wall of this room. And it reaches out and grabs your sister, just almost like Shaq palming a basketball.
When it reaches to grab her, I'm going to use my paladin defense to give it disadvantage on the attempt to grab her.
Okay, sure.
I'm literally trying to keep it away from her as best I can.
Okay. Would your sister have been wearing armor? Like,
man, I don't want to say what she does or doesn't do, but I mean, she is in the temple, so she's probably not like doing anything like crazy, you know?
right. Yeah, I'll say like you kind of, yeah, it reaches out and like you do your best to like interpose, and you actually manage to knock its hand back some. And it almost seems like for a brief moment it seems like shocked, but then also very, very like even more so intrigued by you. And its gaze kind of drops down to the fragment of the blade, and its entire body language changes, and it just goes very tense and clenches its fists, and it says, "Enough games." And I need you to make a con saving throw.
It's like a different saving throw for everybody.
Yeah. 12. Okay. So it holds out its hand, and you recognize that it is casting a spell. And suddenly a very loud, just thunderclap rattles your senses, and you are launched back. Once again, just thrown backwards. And this is going to hit you for another 12 damage.
Okay.
And now, reaching out with its other hand, grasping your sister tightly, you see this thing turn on its heels, holding her and dragging her along as this thick mist begins to pour from its body, filling the space around them. And you can hear her crying out and telling you to run and save yourself.
I am going to run up on this thing, and I'm going to try to knock her loose.
Okay.
Just sort of like how you disarm somebody. I'm going to basically try the same thing, but like her is the thing I'm disarming it of.
So we'll do... I'll give you an athletics check with advantage. Because you're just... Are you trying to, like, tackle her, or are you trying to, like, tackle him?
I'm basically trying to do, like, the attack type of a thing where, like, I'm trying to hit it in such a way where it has to drop her. Not really so much necessarily to do damage, but just to force it to actually have to let go of her.
Okay, yeah. Give me that athletics with advantage.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, yeah, so... There's a good chance. Okay. So you've been smacked around. You're not feeling at your peak, but like this is your sister. And like you'll be damned if this thing is gonna take your sister. And you get up to your feet and throw your body completely into this thing, kind of using your shield to kind of put a wedge in between its hand and her, and you completely knock this thing off balance as it was not expecting you at all to get back up from that. And suddenly you find yourself with the sensation of falling very fast from a very high distance up. And you can see your sister falling with you, but she disappears into this mist. And this creature that you have thrown yourself into, you can feel it, just these large wings protrude from its back, and it flies away.
I'm going to try to...
Yeah, go for it. Give me a sleight of hand check.
This is the night of making rolls we're not proficient in.
So you manage to get your hand on the wing, but not enough to get a grasp. And as it flaps, you are sent kind of hurtling back in a different direction, still falling, and you are unsure how this is happening. Like it feels as though you are falling hundreds of feet. When suddenly there is a sensation of being slowed and gently falling and descending now rather than falling. And you find yourself almost delicately placed onto a very kind of swampy ground. And standing next to you is this man, this kind of elvish man, with this very fine, well-dressed suit, but still very plain, very simple, and he has a very large smile across his face, and he just kind of slow clapping for you, and he says, "What an attempt!"
Where's my sister?
That is a question, and one that we will discover together. That I can assure you. I have some people for you to meet. I think it's very
You don't
important.
know where she is?
This place is a little tricky. Come with me. I'll explain once we meet with the others. And he
I'm
leads
gonna throw
you.
down some divine sense on this guy.
What is divine sense? Celestial, fiend, and
Undead.
And undead.
Yeah.
So you are picking up. You are picking up nothing from him, but the mist that you find yourself in has undead energy everywhere. Like you're not even getting pings at this point. It's blah, 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 like every space, like the space that you are moving into has an undead in it. The space you were just in that you were moving out of has an undead in it. Like this, you get the feeling that it is the mist itself is what's giving you this feeling.
They aerosol the undead.
Who are
Zombie
you?
mist.
He says there'll be time for introductions in a moment. Just we have to get out of the mist. It's very dangerous. Cannot dawdle here too long. Come.
It's one of the few things I believe him about right now.
And with that, I'm gonna go ahead and call a quick break. It's 8:30. I think it's time for a little break now that we've gotten everybody's kind of character intro done. We'll come back and have everybody meet each other and find out who the hell this grinning man is.
And Cassie will turn the lights on so we can see her again. Alright, so we'll be back in 10 minutes, guys. It is currently 8:31. We'll be back at 8:41. We'll see you all in 10. thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting us take that brief pause to refresh drinks and get everything taken care of. Now, you may be wondering why Jessica's screen only shows a Skype logo. She wasn't feeling well earlier this evening, and she was trying to be a trooper, but she's feeling worse. So she's going to bow out for this evening. She will be back on the next show, and as long as she feels better, of course, but hopefully she will. We will go ahead and just skip her for the night. It's Strahd, so she can be literally brought in at any time, any place, anywhere. So we will be moving on from there. And thank you guys again for letting us take the break. And we are back. So Josh, back to you, sir.
All right. So the majority of you have come through pretty much unharmed here.
I took 1 point of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, from me
Cassie.
throwing a rock at you.
Which is why
From me throwing a rock at you.
Which is why I said pretty much unharmed.
I feel so
healers,
bad for
right?
you. 1 point? Oh,
We have
no.
healers. I'm a wizard. Those are precious.
That is pretty precious. Yeah, like that's
He
pretty
makes-
bad
he-
actually.
Do you have 2 hit points? Because I'm at half health already.
So, the Kilram and Lorelei, the two of you continued through the fog, through the mist, and after what felt like a few hours, you finally reached this clearing. There is an odd look to the land. Everything looks sickly and wilted, almost as if someone has blighted, like the spell blighted the land. Trees are gnarled, dead-looking things. They almost look like bones, skeletal versions of trees. The earth itself has this very dry and yet almost it's a very dry like look to it, but this almost like sick moistness to it, like being just on the outskirts of a swamp before it really gets into like the marshlands and whatnot. The first thing that you notice is that it's daytime, and it is still almost like twilight outside. It is constantly overcast.
Mm-hmm.
The sun is still there, but you cannot see a clear sky, no matter where you look. And the two of you are the first to emerge. And as you enter into this clearing, you can see that a couple of these trees have been kind of cleared away. There's some stumps, and a small cabin with a barn behind it has been erected here, just along this river. And it's almost more of a stream here than it is a river. It doesn't really rush too quickly. There's not much strength to it. It almost seems half-hearted. Everything about this world seems sick, seems off, and you immediately realize that this is not the Badlands. This isn't the Dominion. It's not the Empire. It's not the Republic. This isn't even Caledonia. You are somewhere else.
So we're in Draconia.
No.
I'm just kidding.
You're
The only
not.
other place I can think of in the world.
Right.
You are somewhere else. You have no idea.
Lorelai, does any of
yeah.
this look familiar to you?
No. You?
I haven't spent much time outside of the temple, but no.
What
Not
is
at all.
What is going on?
This isn't good. This is not good at all. By Linder's grace, we're in trouble.
So it is about this time that you guys hear this kind of steady kind of clunk and footfall with a splash coming from just around the bend of this clearing. As Eric, you have been following this river for probably a solid hour and a half, just as the mist is beginning to clear, and you've made out the same scenery here. You're looking around to see that this clearing you're coming upon has a house, which means that there has to be someone, and it might be the person that you met in the mist. And as you come around this corner, you can see that there are about 60 feet away from you, two figures kind of walking together who look just as lost as you are.
Gotcha. So by the way, I'm just. Is it still dark?
No, it is daytime.
Okay. So I doused the torch by now. And I'm leading two horses, and I come walking around the corner, and I see both of you, and I hail you both as, you two there, have you seen an elf?
Kilrim turns on his heel and
Elven
goes,
male.
there.
So I'm about 6'2", blonde-haired. I'm wearing splint armor that's very, very fine, except it's covered in mud, as are both the horses.
So Kilrim is in these fine, nice blue robes with like light vestments over them, with a big holy symbol around his neck.
My shield has a huge symbol of a hammer with the scale of justice on top of it.
What would Linder's holy symbol be? I forgot since we switched gods to Perennia.
So Linder's symbol is so it is an open book, kind of like face open here, with an eye kind of resting on top of it, with the pupil kind of facing down into the...
That is sick. That is so cool. So you'll see around his neck a holy symbol of that. And he'll immediately actually cast Disguise Self, as his Furbolg ability allows him to do, to look like the same man he saw. Because I saw him too, right?
Yes, you also saw the...
Yeah. I would turn into my best impression of him and be like, you mean him?
Eric kind of stops walking and looks at you, and he's like, where's my... Who are you?
And then he changes back, like, this is my true form. I'm a Furbolg. We can do that.
A Furbolg.
Yes, we keep to the woods. You probably haven't heard of them.
No, I have not. And you are Miss?
Lorelai.
And Lorelai's out of character, sorry. Lorelai is an elf, yeah?
No, she's more human looking.
Oh, okay, got it. And she says that...
So she is...
Like,
she
she's
is
human looking.
Oh my goodness.
She is a shifter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So
she looks human.
Yeah, I'm too far away to recognize any of the bestial features right now. So, so as like, I begin moving the horse's mounts forward. He says, "Is there anyone in that house? They may have seen something. Have you checked?"
We haven't been in the house yet.
He just like walks right past you, leading the horses, and walks straight towards the house.
So, Trey, you are walking through this mist for about 10 minutes, and being led by this figure who, as the mist clears and you are seeing this clearing and seeing the land for the first time, realizing that you are not home, you are somewhere completely different. You see these three people gathered in this clearing, kind of having a conversation with each other, and the elven man who is leading you, turns back over his shoulder to look at you, and he kind of grins at you and says, "Right on time. Oh, look at you. You're quite the mess."
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and use prestidigitation to clean myself up.
He comes over and sees that you're kind of a bit bruised up as well, seeing that you've kind of gotten slapped around. And he says, "Here, I have just the thing." And you see him kind of open his jacket and reach into it, and he pulls out this potion that doesn't look like it is supposed to really fit there, almost as if he is conjuring it out of nothing. And he hands you this potion and says, "This will make you feel just a little less shitty."
I'm going to use Detect Magic again, but I also want to pay attention to the magic coming from him as well.
Okay.
But before I drink this, I'm going to make sure it's actually, like, healing magic.
So you use Detect Magic once again, and this, the potion itself is just same as the ones that you have on your person, standard. But this one seems to be a bit more potent. The magic coming off of this guy, he is just oozing magic. What he just did was conjuration magic. But you can see he is almost like a Technicolor Dreamcoat of every school of magic. The strongest presence on him, I would say, is illusion.
As in, like, he's been illusioned to be different than what he actually appears to be?
It's like a thin layer of illusion around him. But he has also got different portions of him, and it's kind of like moving and swirling around him. Are all the other schools of magic.
And I've never seen anything like that. I'm sure that sounds kind of interesting and unique.
Yeah, this is not something that you would see every day. And as he hands you this, he kind of he picks up his pace and kind of walks a little more briskly into the clearing, and he calls out to the others, "You made it, and unharmed." That
I got slightly harmed.
Very, very good.
I apologized for that.
You will answer our questions.
Oh, I'm sure that you have just a cornucopia of them. Okay.
Who is this? And I gesture at Trey.
This is, and he kind of like gestures to you to introduce yourself.
I'm Trey. I'm just gonna start walking that direction. When I walk by the nobleman's horses that are all dirty, I'm just gonna go and clean them up. I mean, they don't really deserve to be all muddied up.
Trey, lover of horses.
Thank you, Trey. Are you his compatriot? Do you know what's going on here?
I know he's not what he appears to be. I know he's a big mess of tangled magical energy, mostly illusion. No, most of us aren't.
We all hide something, don't we?
Yeah, most of us don't hide everything.
I can be shorter sometimes.
You're not helping our argument.
My cousin was taken.
Yes.
And want to find him. You seem to have some knowledge of what's going on. Please, kindly render what aid you can.
So, why don't we go inside?
Is this your home?
Oh, heavens no. But it is a place where we can sit. Come. And he begins to walk towards the farmhouse.
I step aside and let him go first.
Yeah.
Does that place radiate of magical energy?
No. It reeks of mundane.
I will look at the nobleman and I will say, the house isn't magical. It might be trapped mundanely, but it's not magical.
You wound me.
Why
would I do all of this to get you here safely and not lost out in the mist just to trap you in a house? How very boring. Come.
I was promised answers.
Answers you shall have.
I'm walking into the house.
Yeah.
If you'd rather take them standing, then that's fine. It usually helps to be sitting when told bad news.
I step into the house and I step to the right.
Bad news.
I step to the right of the door, allowing everyone else to go past me, and I start looking to see if there's another exit.
I nod thankfully as I go in, like thank you.
So this house is a very simple one-story farmhouse. It looks like it was built probably, somewhere between 40 to 50 years ago. It's not dilapidated, but it's also like a farmhouse. Like it's not well. It is lacking in its refinement of craft that you would see within the city, or within really any city. But it's sturdy. It looks like it is. Looks like it is abandoned and has been so for quite some time.
So I'm gonna assume because it's a humble farmhouse, there's like no glass windows or anything like that. It's all just shutters and.
No.
And
yeah, there are two. There are actually two windows, one on either side of the house, both shuttered. It is a simple, just like thatched roof house. It's one big room with like some dividing portions to it to kind of designate that this is where the hearth is. This is probably what would be the closest thing to a kitchen / like common area, and then there is the like living space with like the beds and everything in the corner. Other than that front door and those two windows, there does not seem to be another exit out of this house other than the door that you're coming into.
Then I'll stay right beside the door until everyone comes in, and then I'll step after the door closes, I'll step in front of it.
Okay. Everyone coming in?
Yeah, I take a seat.
Yeah, I guess so.
So there is a table with a few chairs, just kind of covered in some cobwebs here, and he looks around and he says, "Everyone, feel free to take a seat." And he kind of leans up against the table. Anyone who is taking a seat is free to do so, or you can stand there with him.
I'm just going to stand up against a wall.
Okay.
I'm standing. My hands... Actually, no. Yeah, I'm standing. I draw my longsword. I rest the point between my feet. Kind of lean my hands on the handle.
All right. Is anyone sitting at the table?
Yeah, Kilroom will sit down.
Okay.
And if Kilroom's going to sit, then I'll sit right next to him.
The chair isn't specifically made for a Furbolg, someone who is as kind of big as you are. And it kind of groans a bit under just your physique, but it manages to hold up. And Lorelai, you take a spot next to him, and this man kind of looks you all over, and he says, "It's a shame there wasn't one more. Perhaps later. My name is Indra. Shall we do a little round robin? We already know trade."
Kilroom. Son.
Lorelai.
Eric Godsfury.
Very pleasure to meet all of you. I wish it was under better circumstances. So, where we are is possibly the worst place ever. And there are a lot of places. This is potentially the end, but maybe not. We'll see. These lands are quite adept at bringing newcomers here, and it is my pleasure to say that of all of the newcomers that I have seen come through here, I like the cut of your jet.
Well, thank you.
You are very well.
You're
I didn't think that I would see a Furbolg again, so this is a very rare treat.
You're speaking a lot of words, but you're not providing any answers.
Yes. I guess I'll get right to it. Welcome to Barovia, or as I like to call it, hell. You've been brought here, each of you, by someone who very much wishes to kill you. And that is the most important thing to remember through all of this. It's going to be hard to find people to trust around here. Except for me. You can always trust me.
Which goes against what you just said.
Especially considering that you're cloaked in illusion magic.
It's a paradox. Try not to think about it. I'm something of a traveler myself. I like to visit places. And it seems that I am on a quite extended vacation here. And I would very much like to leave. But it would also seem that there is really no way to leave by my conventional methods. I've watched a few of the unlucky ones venture off into the mists and just not come back. So, rule number 1. Don't go into the mists.
There's dogs.
Pretty much everywhere.
So, who are you other than your name?
What was your name again?
Indrid.
Indrid. This one says, excuse me, I apologize. Trey says that you are cloaked in illusionary magics. He does not
Yes.
say how he knows this, but he says that he does. Do you admit
Yes.
this is true?
I'm afraid that it is something that is necessary here. People in this area of Barovia, really all throughout Barovia, highly superstitious. Which is something that you, in particular, Miss Lorelei, should keep in mind with your bestial appearance. I like it. I'm a big fan.
I kind of take a closer look at her now that he's pointed it out. A furbog and what are you, miss?
I'm a shifter.
Two things I've never heard of before. What is a shifter?
I have. It's kind of hard to explain.
Is it a lycanthrope? I've heard of them referred to as something similar.
Yeah, something like that.
Does anyone have any silver to test it?
I do.
All right, okay. Calm down.
As do I. And he kind of produces a very pure silver coin and reaches across the table and presses the coin to her skin. And nothing happens.
Is the coin actually silver, or is it reeking of magic as well?
The coin is not reeking of any magic. Producing the coin reeked of magic, but the coin itself is not reeking of any magic. And he places this coin on her arm, and he pulls his hand back and says, "There. Now we don't have to go jumping any guns. I know how twitchy some of the more holy rollers can get."
I would not be here to... I am not here to pass a judgment. If she was afflicted with a curse, it will be my duty to aid her to relieve it. If she is not afflicted with a curse, then her existence is her own.
There. Good news, right? Something positive out of the day for you.
No, so something positive out of the day would be you using the massive amount of magics you have to tell me where my sister is.
And my cousin.
So
And the thing that burned down my forest.
I'm sure that we'll get to all of those things. But allow me to have either of you, and he points to Trey and to Kilrin, have either of you tried using magic since you got here?
Not since I got here, no, actually.
It's pretty neat what he's done with the place.
I mean, I'm literally using detect magic at the moment, so yes.
Oh, and I used like racial features to like change my form,
Right.
but that was different. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I will cast Mage Armor on myself. I will attempt to cast Mage Armor.
So, as you cast Mage Armor, normally Mage Armor is more of like a kind of like a shimmer around you, kind of a like wrapping yourself in saran wrap. It's just kind of a thin layer, or like that just kind of glimmers around you, like on the right lighting. It's not very obtuse. It's not very easily seen. As you cast Mage Armor, what happens is your shadow that has been cast here in the house animates and stands up off the floor and begins to wrap itself around you. In this
That's a new one.
very like painful, strained gesture until you are cloaked now almost in your own shadow that just kind of settles into your clothes and your skin.
That was terrifying.
And he says, right? Magic, even the magic here is absolutely bonkers.
Trey, are you still injured?
I haven't drank that potion yet, so technically yes, but I'm kind of like holding it, sort of like that guy that's like deciding whether or not they're really gonna like take the strange thing the strange person gave them.
I look at Trey and I say, "Will you accept the blessing of Tyr?"
I mean, sure.
I walk over and lay on hands for 10 points.
So as you lay on hands, normally what happens is there's this kind of glow that emanates, this radiance that emanates from your hands. And it's this kind of warm, gentle, soothing, soft light that just it kind of wipes over the injuries, just healing them very, very peacefully. It's always been a very peaceful thing for you. As you do this for Trey, the blood that has kind of come from the wounds that he has sustained, kind of like gotten a little crusted and congealed on him, begins to just bubble up and pull itself back into his body and sew itself up in this very visceral movement. And like, while it is a healing thing, and you are being healed, it is soothing your wounds, but like watching it happen is a very unsettling thing for you.
No, that sounded really pleasant. I liked it.
Spooktastic.
I still feel the divine presence.
You definitely still feel the divine presence. It feels a little far off. You know, it's like talking to somebody through a tin can phone. But it's there. You haven't lost your connection.
I still feel Tyr's touch, and I can still call on his aid.
Indrid nods and says, yes, we're not outside of existence. We're just kind of tucked in a corner. It's very difficult to explain to someone who doesn't think of the world in the appropriate layers.
This is more than...
Suffice to say, this place is strange, and it is almost impossible to leave once you get here. I've been here for a lot longer than I would like to be, and frankly, I'm getting rather homesick.
Where's home?
Here.
If you said something I didn't hear it, I'm sorry, Josh.
I says, not here.
I obviously not here. Where is home?
He says, so Imagine there is a... And he looks around the house. He says, yes. And he goes over and picks up this this kind of old, rotted piece of fruit. He says, imagine this is where you are from. And he begins to kind of peel back the skin of the fruit. It says, or rather, this part, the inside of it. I am from this part. And he kind of wiggles the loose skin of the fruit. There is a layer over the layer. I really wish I had an onion to show you. That would be a much better illustration.
We also don't have ogres, so that's okay.
Don't be so sure. There's lots of nasty things out here.
What does this have to do with his sister and my cousin and whoever burned down his woods?
Oh, it's all connected to the same thing.
And that is...
The devil. Well, his name is Strahd.
He runs this place?
He rules over this place, yes. I wouldn't say that he runs it. Kind of runs itself. He's more of the nanny.
The nanny.
Yes.
Is he the one who took my cousin and his sister?
It is more than likely, yes.
Why?
No one comes and goes without his will or his blessing.
Why?
Probably for the same reason I came here myself. He's bold. This place is frightfully dull, with a heavy emphasis on the frightful.
So if no one comes without his blessing, why are we here?
That is an excellent question. You're not the first to arrive, and I'm sure you won't be the last either. But I'm hoping that this time, maybe you'll actually do something about it. This...
Wait. What do you mean by this time?
As I said, you are not the first. Or will you be the last to show up here? To be brought here, really. Showing up implies that you could stumble in here.
I caught that part. You're saying this time as if you participated in something before, similar to this.
Oh, yes. I would very much like to leave. And as it turns out, the only way in and out is if he lets you in and out, or if he's not there, to stay at the door. When the cat's away, the mice will play. And in this case, this mouse would very much like to leave this God-forsaken place.
So if you're the mouse, is he the cat?
Always.
How many times has this played out before?
I would imagine quite a few. But I stopped counting at about the 15th.
And out of those 15 times, none have been successful?
Some have gotten very close. Let's not be negative Nancy's here. Let's try to keep things lighthearted and positive. I believe in you. Mostly.
So let's talk about these previous 15 attempts. Why did they fail?
Kilrim stands up and says, because they didn't have us.
Oh, no,
Yes.
no. When you talk about
Yes.
strategy,
Yes.
don't play that game. I'm going to look at the other paladin in the room. No. You learn from the previous mistakes.
That is the energy that I want brought to this group. Very good, Kilram. You get a gold star.
Okay, more specifically, why did they fail? Did they
Yes,
make
anything
because
you can
they-
tell us.
Because they died. Horribly. Every time.
When you were talking earlier, you said that he brought us here to kill us. Are we the only other living things here he can kill?
Oh, no.
Then why
This
does
is-
he need to bring things from outside?
Well, the thing is, when you die here, it's not like dying somewhere else. See, in most places, in fact, I'd say in 99% of all other places, when you die, your soul leaves your body, makes its way onto the ethereal plane, you are judged, you get your afterlife, maybe you ascend to godhood, maybe you don't, maybe you're damned, maybe you're wiped from existence, maybe your soul is ripped out by a wizard and consumed. But it goes somewhere. When you die here, it's just a refresh. But your soul doesn't go anywhere else because you can't leave. So, to my best guess, and I am no expert in souls and whatnot, but to my best guess, it basically takes you and puts you out into the mist. Surely you've heard the whispers.
I have heard nothing.
I heard the whispers.
I know that mist is infused with undead energy in its very essence, almost as if it was undead itself.
That is my best read on the situation. So once again, to circle back. One, don't go into the mist. Let's all say it together.
Don't
Number one.
don't go into the mid. Don't.
Yes.
Don't.
It's understood.
Thank you, Kilram. Once again, the gold star for Kilram.
Other than the mist, where do we find this Strahd?
Well, you could try his castle. But if you really want to know that information, I suggest that you talk to the Vistani. There's a charming old woman amongst them. Likes to drink tea, read palms, plays with cards a lot. Her name is Madam Eva. She's really the one to have the full scoop on what's going on here. But, again, be careful. You can't always trust everyone here in Barovia. I would be particularly wary of anyone that Strahd would give blessing to come and go as they please.
How would we recognize them?
Should be fairly easy. You see, all of the people around here, well, they don't look so healthy. All of you are going to stick out like sore thumbs. And that's because not just that one of you is literally a giant fuzzball, and the other one is potentially a lycanthrope. Is that what you said? No. You're all going to stand out because you don't, with the exception, of course, of Trey, who still looks a little rough around the edges, like you're sick and dying.
So everyone in this place is sick and dying.
To an extent. Now, whether or not that they are actually dying right now is neither here nor there. Everyone dies here. Good news is you get to come back. Bad news is you don't particularly get to come back.
What does that mean?
Again, very confusing if you don't understand the layers. It's not too far from here. There is a village.
Crest?
Suggested Crest. I suggest that you make your way there, see if you can drum up some more support for yourselves. Try some Vistani. Maybe get that palm reading. But whatever you do, try not to just storm the castle. I've seen that look before. The one that you're giving me, and the one that you've been giving everyone. I feel like your face is kind of molded back. But charging straight in is almost certain death. And at this point, from the sound of it, it has a bit of leverage on at least two.
So that's why you won't tell us where my sister and his cousin are, is because they're in the castle, and you don't want us to go there.
They very well could be in the castle, but it could be anywhere else in here.
You are literally composed of every form of magic possible right now. I could not possibly believe you if you told me you did not have access to the divination magic required to tell us exactly where they are.
So think about magic on that scale. That it draws attention. And in my current situation and predicament, I would rather not have that attention pointed at me. Nor would I want it pointed at any of you, really.
I understand.
I don't.
So, where did you see your sister last? I can tell this is weighing heavily on you.
Falling into the darkness with me, but not next to me, and then she vanished before I did.
Was she being carried?
No, I was near the thing that could have carried me, but it could have gone looking for her after it got away from me.
Well, it's good news. The fact that she wasn't immediately carried away means that she could have landed somewhere else and is safer than just being grabbed.
You've already told us this is a dangerous place, so
Well,
safer is a relative term that I'm not appreciating right now.
And you said you lost your cousin?
Yes.
Did they wander off, or were they
He was carried
taken?
off by a flying undead demonic entity and dropped into the ocean. Before I could go get my armor off to go in the ocean after him, I was enveloped in this fog.
Again, this is good news. If he was dragged away, he would be most likely dead as we speak, and that would just be very unfortunate. But if he was dropped into a body of water, perhaps you could try the lake.
Where is the lake?
It's not too far from here. Unfortunately, I do not have a map on me, but I'm sure if you were to go to the town, they would be
Does
able
this
to
river
find.
flow from or into the lake?
I believe it does, yes.
From or into?
Oh, into. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
Thank you.
So the town, which direction?
So he goes to the window and opens up the shutter, and he kind of points out past the barn, off towards the distance, and he says, "Down that way is the main road. If you follow that clearing, you'll get to the main road. That is the highway, if you would be so kind as to call it that. You'll want to go east, roughly 30 miles, and you simply can't miss it. As for the lake, if you were to follow the river, roughly about 100, eventually it would filter off to the lake. As to your sister, my best suggestion is finding Madame Ava.
The lady you just told us that we can't trust.
Yes.
What about the rest of you? Kilrim? Lorelei?
I'll go where Lorelei goes, but I'm intrigued.
You've been very quiet, Lorelei.
I don't like any of this.
I don't think any of us do.
It sounds to get back to where we were, we have to deal with it. So
I want to go to the lake. But I will go. I will go where the rest of you choose.
This man wants our help getting out of here, and yet I don't feel like he's provided us much help at all, especially with the few things that we actually are concerned with.
From what you said, he's based on illusion and lies. So whether or not we can trust a single word of what he's saying is yet to be proven, but it is already based on fraudulent concepts.
What else do we have to go on?
I didn't say we had anything else to go on.
So it sounds as though a second gesture of good faith is done. Yeah, I have just the thing. And he reaches into his pocket, and he pulls out a sheathed, very ornate dagger, and puts it on the table. And he kind of pats it, and he says, "This hopefully will help. Don't get caught with it, because it is out."
What kind of magic is that thing emanating, if any?
It is not.
Does it appear to be silver? Is that why it's outlawed?
So is anyone going to reach out and take the dagger?
No one else does. Kilrim will.
I have no need of it.
So you, Kilrum, you reach out and take the dagger, and as you kind of unsheath it, you notice that it is particularly smooth and has a very, very refined shine to it. Make an intelligence check.
Okay, intelligence is actually pretty good. 22.
Holy crap.
Woo!
This is a silver dagger, not a silvered dagger, a silver dagger.
Pure silver.
Pure silver. And it is very, very, very well crafted. You can't pin down the exact type of crafting, but it's almost eerily familiar and reminiscent of the Aldemary Dominions style. Not quite. It's got just a bit of a twang on it to keep it from being
just
exactly like theirs, but it's very similar in its construct. So with that, I would say that you can recognize that this dagger is a masterwork silver dagger. So it will have a +1 to attack rolls, not to damage, but it will overcome magical resistances and be able to inflict damage on creatures that require silver damage.
Kilrim will kind of run his fingers along it, say, "No one else will keep it. I'll keep it, but if anyone else is more inclined with daggers..."
I'm afraid that that's the only one that I have left. Now, if you would care for something a bit more hefty, I did give a few to previous insurrectionists. Finding their remains would be a good start. It is very likely that they would have been taken to Bone Grind.
To where?
The Bone Grind. It's exactly what it sounds like.
You're saying bone grinder?
Yes.
Oh boy.
It's like a large mill, but for bones. Isn't this place fun? That was
My shadow enveloped myself.
So great.
This place is wonderful. More sarcasm.
Kilgrim, you are on fire today.
When he said, "Is this place fun?" did he actually seem to get joy from it?
No.
Extreme sarcasm.
In fact, this guy's been very hard to read for his emotions.
The more we're around him, the less and less I think he's actually even anything resembling a humanoid.
A humanoid or a human?
Humanoid.
Next, he looks like an elf, but
I already know that's not what he is.
yup.
All right.
Well, I don't think I have any more questions unless you have any more juicy info you want to tell.
Well, the only other thing that I would say is don't trust the birds. But that would make me sound crazy.
The birds?
Yes, the birds. Don't In fact, don't even.
How far is this crest place? You said it once, but repeat it, please.
About 30 miles.
So at least a day's walk, if not more.
It's a good thing you brought those horses.
I have 2 horses.
It's the buddy system. There's 4 of you. We can get nice and cozy.
He is worth 2, and with my armor and gear, I am worth 2.
I'm wearing pretty heavy armor too, so he'd know I'm probably worth.
So we will be walking. I suggest that we stay in this shack for the evening, as it provides some cover and some protection.
Isn't it? What time of day is it, anyways? It was night when I was sucked in here.
Does anyone really know what time it is?
Well, yes.
We have tools and.
You can
Yes,
use a
yes.
sundial. You can track the
Wait.
stars.
That is an excellent point. Where is the sun?
In the sky.
Oh no, it wasn't in the sky, was it?
He gestures out the window and he says, "I would love for you to point it to me. I would be tickled pink."
Since I'm standing in front of it, I just kind of open the door and step out and look up.
And it is as he said. Like, the sky is unnaturally overcast. You can tell the sun is up. It is lit. It is not dim lit. It is lit. The sun is up, but it is nowhere to be seen through the clouds. The clouds are so thick that even sometimes on rainy days, you can still see the sun through the clouds. You can still see its like a ring of where it is. And then there are other times where the clouds are so thick and dense, you cannot see through them. But it's still light outside. That is what you're dealing with.
So, there's no sun. There's just light.
Correct. I think that is because Mr. Grumpy Pants, who runs the place, hates the sun.
See, that's
But,
something you could have told us about.
Even if you're outside during the daylight, though, it's still dangerous.
So night does fall.
Oh yes.
Is it more dangerous here at
Well,
night?
if he hates the sun, that means he loves the opposite.
I would say it is definitely more dangerous at night. If you're staying here for the evening, I would suggest not going outside until the sun is back up. But by my best estimate, we still have roughly 6 hours of light, perhaps 4. Twilight gets a little funky around here as well.
Do we risk making the travel, or do we start early in the morning?
It is literally going to take us a full day, if not more, to make the walk. And that's if we leave at the break of dawn and press hard. If we all had mounts, we could make it in a day easily.
But we don't have mounts for everyone.
No.
If we leave now, we'll still only have to camp at night.
Yeah, we'd have to camp at night, but we'll be camping in the open.
Understood.
And
We'll
then
stay
we'll
here.
be camping 2 nights in the open. Here, we can stay here tonight, or stay here through the rest of the day until dark. Leave at the break of dawn. Be on the road and press hard. Camp the next evening, wherever we have to.
Make it by dawn.
And then make it back, and then leave the next dawn, and hopefully be in Crest before we have to camp again outside the town at night.
Indeed. Understood.
It sounds like a plan.
And what are you going to do while we're running around the countryside?
I'm going to help.
How?
There are a few others that are already here. I'm going to go and see if I can get them to come out of hiding. There are more friends than you would think in this place. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
This is an unknown.
That's the adjective. Yes.
It's not necessarily true.
Before I leave, one more gesture, good faith. And he goes to his hand and pulls off a ring. And he places it on the table. He says, if you have need of me, simply speak my name into the ring, and I will do my best to get here and help.
So that's going to emanate magic then.
Absolutely.
The correct kind of magic or extra magics?
So it is make an Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
So this appears to have a fairly low-level spell attached to it. From what you can tell, it looks to be the sending spell. But it looks like it only goes one way.
I'll look at Eric. It's basically a ring of sending, one directional.
That's all that's on it? You're sure?
What a smart boy you are.
I can't be completely sure. This guy is a master of illusion magics beyond my comprehension, so... Am I sure? No, I would never say I'm sure. Is that what it appears to be right now? Yes.
Listen, I'm not asking you to trust me completely. But if I'm willing to put faith in you, perhaps you can put just a crumb of faith in me.
We're going to have to learn how to put faith in each other first.
Perhaps a team-building exercise. A trust fall. I'll go first. Who wants to catch me?
Why don't we just concentrate?
Lorelei volunteers.
Lorelei.
No, Lorelei does not volunteer.
Lorelei will do it. She's great at trust falls.
Why don't
Lorelei
you
does
fall
not
in
volunteer.
the same place my sister fell, and you can... Yes.
Feisty, feisty, feisty. That's good. You should keep that. Keep that fire burning in within you. This place has a way of snuffing it out.
Killerim stands up, kind of like takes his walking staff and like hoists himself up. Well, we should prepare this room for the night. Board up the walls and keep it safe. Indrid, are you going to stay the night with us?
I don't believe that I am.
No, he's got a much safer place to be.
He stands up, and he kind of looks over all of you one last time, and he kind of stops and lingers his gaze on Lorelei, and he says, "Do you have a cloak or a robe or hood, something?"
I'm sure she would have some sort of cloak or something, so she says yes.
When you get to town, and if I'm reading this correctly, I'd say you're already well accustomed with this practice. Hood up.
Yeah.
There are monsters everywhere here. And he stands up, goes to the door, and he says, as he gets to the door, he opens it and kind of turns back to look at all of you. He says, "Good luck. You're going to need it." And he closes the door behind him and begins to walk off. And if anybody wants to watch him out the window, make a perception check for me.
Are you freaking kidding me? Are
Hey,
you
that's
freaking kidding me?
Nice.
That's the first roll over a 10 I think I've had the whole night. So, hey.
Hey, at least there's no
Congratulations.
combat.
Fucking bullshit.
Hey, someone rolled lower than you, though.
Yep,
So
that's what I'm good for.
Trey, you try to watch specifically for magic with your detect magic, kind of pretty much coming to an end at this point.
I can recast it. I have it unlimited.
Oh, limited.
Fair. So you are. That's your invocation?
That's one of them. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I have I have see magic and I have see through darkness.
Right on. Devil Sight and what is it? It's
Eldritch Sight.
Eldritch Sight and Devil Sight.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. So
I'm used to seeing magic.
you are looking, trying to specifically see signs of magic, and you don't see any. With Lorelei and with Kilrim, you see him kind of walk out into the trees, more following the direction of the river. And he just kind of disappears into the trees after a couple of feet. And Kilrim, you notice that as he's moving through the trees, he's kind of where he touches the tree to kind of like move through. There is a piece of the tree that's about the size of his handprint that for a brief moment looks like it has been just revitalized. Like all of this area looks dead. It looks starved of life. It looks decrepit. And just where he places his hand, it looks just momentarily healthy.
Whoa. Okay. I'll kind of like wait, but I'll share that with Lorelai later.
Okay. So you said you were going to get this place ready to stay for the night. What does that entail?
What furniture is still?
So
Furniture.
the beds are still here. There are 3 beds. One of them looks like it was built for two two fully adult, full grown adult people, human sized. The other one, or one of the others rather, looks like it was built for more of like a child, roughly in young adolescence, prepubescent. And there is another bed that looks like it was a crib that has been very hastily repurposed to be the bed of like a toddler, very small person, or
Gotcha.
possibly a full-grown gnome.
A race car bed.
What I was
It
thinking
is
about,
in the shape of a race car, and it has flames on it.
what I was thinking about doing is taking the beds.
It's not a Batman car.
Shuttering the windows and propping the beds up over the windows.
So there are beds. So there are those beds. There's also the table with 4 chairs. There is also a kind of like armoire, like a cabinet that is a little closer towards the hearth and more of what would have been the kitchen. Other than that, there does not appear to be anything in here that would be bulky enough to like be used as a bolster.
Like I said, move the beds in front of the shuttered windows. Take the armoire and put it in front of the door.
Okay.
And then
That sounds good.
Before that, and since it's still light outside, we'll go out and gather some firewood for the hearth and everything like that.
Okay. And what are you doing with the horses?
Shit.
There is a barn. I did mention that earlier. It's a little ways off the side of the house, roughly 20 feet to the left of the house.
All right. I'll go stable the horses in the barn. See if there's any feed for them out there, any old hay or anything like that we can give them.
Who's gathering while you're doing that? Who's gathering firewood?
I'll do it.
I guess I will.
Oh no! Oh yeah, no.
Can.
Lorelai is probably better at it than.
4 hands make easier work.
Yeah, we can both do it. Let's go together.
And 2 sets of eyes make it easier to keep a lookout.
Yeah.
What's Trey doing?
I guess I'm going to stay near Eric to make sure something doesn't go wrong here. This does not seem like the kind of place where you want to be by yourself.
Yeah, the buddy system is probably one of the better rules.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you can come out and help me get the horses rubbed down and get them put away.
So we'll do the firewood first. So the way I'll do it for you guys, I'm going to need a survival check. I will let you both roll, and we'll take the higher as advantage. Or one of you can roll with advantage if the other one is just going to take the help action.
What's your survival, Cassie?
I mean, it's just +2.
Same, so we can just both roll.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Hey!
Yours is better.
That wasn't awful. That
Yay.
wasn't hot garbage.
Not bad. A 17. So with a 17,
Yes.
it is very, very easy for you to find firewood, especially because not too far from the house there is a felled tree.
Cool.
It has kind of fallen over what looks to be a small shack of some kind. This tree looks like it was struck by lightning, as it's been kind of like split, not all the way down the middle, but more kind of along the side of this tree. And that looks like was what created, or not created, but caused this tree to topple over this small building. As best as you can tell, this little shack was probably the outhouse. But it has been almost completely crushed, aside from two walls on the far side of the tree. This tree has several gnarled branches that look even more dead than the regular trees do, and it is super easy for you and Kilrim to just kind of come over and just start snapping.
I can hack it up with my axe.
You don't even have to hack it at this point. Like, it is easy enough for you to just snap off branches that are
sounds good.
That are a decent length and that look like they'll burn pretty well. What are your passives?
Passives?
Yes.
Let me pull up Dindabadand. My passive is perception is 12.
Mine would probably
12.
just be 10.
Got it. Yeah, it's
Because it's 10 plus. Oh yeah, no, actually, I see it on my sheet here. Yeah, 10.
10 plus skill. All right.
10.
So the two of you gather. Since both of you are focused on gathering, neither of you are actually like keeping watch all around the area.
You're awesome.
You're just kind of like you're kind of like looking out the corner of your eye, trying to get this task done and get back into the house. Kilrim, you right around the time where you feel like the both of you have enough to make a decent fire. You think for a brief moment, once again, that you see something out of the corner of your eye. And from the corner of your eye, it looks like this. It looks like that creature that you were accosted by in the woods. But as you turn to focus your attention on it, you see that it is just a gnarled tree trunk.
I think this place plays tricks on your Lorelei. I don't like it.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's something really off about this place.
So, for the two of you who are going to the barn, as the two of you approach the barn with the horses, you see around the side of the barn, there is a plot where some very crudely constructed gravestones have been erected. And it looks like there are 3 that have been... they've been here a while, like the elements have kind of harshened and taken them over. But they have been... It looks like there are 3 people who have been buried just outside of the barn.
Is anything on the gravestones legible?
Yeah, you walk up to try to read them, and you go to kind of clear them off a bit, and I'd
actually just rather use prestidigitation to clean them because it would require less rubbing.
Sure. Yeah, you go to do it, and they aren't made of stone. They have been made of wood. Specifically, they've been made of like pieces of these trees, so they're kind of curled and curved and like you get the feeling that this wood is a little unruly to work with. But you can see that there are 3 names on each of the headstones. One is Victor. One is Nina, and the other one is Dura.
What was the third one?
Dura. And you can see that Victor, as you're like close enough to inspect this now, Victor's grave in particular is very small.
His grave is what?
Very small.
It is much less lengthier than the other two.
A child's
Like
grave.
it would match the toddler bed sized?
Yeah. I'm
Bingo.
betting. But I'm not there, so I don't know. I'm not seeing
Yep.
this.
Eric, are you also inspecting this?
Yes. I wouldn't let him go alone.
Yeah. So you also see this gravesite, and it appears that the barn has been.
So
The barn has seen better days as well, but it does not appear that it has been like locked up or anything. It's just closed up.
there's no last name included on any of the headstones?
No.
So where's the fourth, I wonder? Maybe he moved on.
In a place like this, moving on can mean a lot of different things.
Well, he obviously didn't have anything left to stay for. Let's make sure the barn is secure. Get the horses put away.
So as you go to open up the barn, the doors open and this stench just wafts out from inside of the barn,
Oh,
and it just kind of rushes over you. And I need you both to make a con save.
con save.
Ooh.
Oh, I did good.
So Trey, you are accosted by this smell, and you are. It is gross. It is unpleasant, but you manage to keep your cool, keep your composure. Eric, as the barn door opens and this stench washes over you, you retch just a bit, as it is very pungent, and you both look up to see a body hanging from the barn roof. Eric, as you look up, you see her. And you kind of focus your eyes on it. And after that brief moment, you see that it is just a dead, rotted body.
Let's cut him
Yes.
down. We have some work to do. I am visibly pale.
Yeah. At the moment, I'm thinking it's due to the stench, because that was a pretty wafty stench for everybody to be dealing with.
And you did see him throw up just a bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do kind of know his history. How exactly did his fiance die? Was it a hanging?
No,
Or was
she
it something
threw
else?
herself into the water. She jumped off a bridge into the Waterdavian Harbor right as it was at winter, so the water was absolutely freezing.
Okay.
Ew.
That's not a fun way to go.
No.
So the
So
the
to
work
make
is
things a little bit better, I will I will use prestidigitation to create a new odor that at least kind of cleans this one up a little bit or covers it up temporarily for us to work in the barn without vomiting some more.
It is easy enough for you to do, and it does help. It makes the work a lot easier.
I mean, this is kind of disgusting otherwise.
Yeah, with the two of you working together in tandem, this only takes about. Are you going to bury the body as well?
Yes.
So this takes about 30 minutes with both of you, like cutting him down and burying him next to the rest of his family. After that, you were able to make sure that the horses are secured, and you get back into the house, and you guys just wait.
So as part of burying him, I am going to go ahead and use the ceremony spell as a ritual.
Okay.
And I will use the funeral rite part. So before we bury the corpse, I will touch it and do the funerary rites. And for the next 7 days, the target cannot become undead by any means short of a wish.
Nice.
Got it.
Very nice.
Just on the one, or is it?
The others are already buried. I mean,
he has to touch them.
I have to touch the corpse. I'm not going to dig into their bodies just to... Okay,
got it. So you.
Why did that sound super ominous?
It's
no foreshadowing.
Not the other one?
All
right. Not the other ones? You're not going to get the other ones? Oh, okay. Sure.
Listen, it's Barovia. I'm going to ask you, are you sure, or some form of that question every, 20 minutes.
Oh,
Look,
Lord.
I'm going to level with everybody in the party, okay? If I could have just done it from above the gravesite as a funerary rites, I would be doing it for all of them. But I literally have to touch the body, and I'm not about to dig people up just to do this, you know?
No, I don't blame you for not doing them. I'm just saying, the way he worded that was
so So I'm gonna go ahead. It's 10,
I've played.
It's 10:14. I'm gonna go ahead and get us into the wrap up here. So you do your ceremony. It adds a little bit of extra time onto that, but you feel as though this was the right call.
Well, I feel like it's actually really laying him to rest.
Right.
For 7 days at least.
At least for 7.
Because this is fucking Barovia.
At least for 1 week.
Almost a full week. So you all kind of bunker down, and it is a hell of a place to bunker down in. But after a couple of hours, the sun is completely gone, and that is when this place reveals its true nature to you. It is a mire of distant screams, groans, voices in the night, the sounds of something out in the darkness. And it is incredibly unsettling for all of you. And it is about an hour after sundown, before everyone is setting up for their watch and everyone is really getting into their rest, that you hear a commotion coming from the barn as the horses begin to cry out in fear. And that is where we'll end our session for the night.
Yay!
My ponies!
Thank you guys for playing with me and letting me be super creepy and aloof. I'm having a great time, and I hope that everybody who stuck around for the stream and watched it is also enjoying themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to more spooky times, and hopefully Jess will get to feeling better, and we can have her join in on all of this terrible fun.
Yes.
Drop her in
Yeah.
next time.
Yep. Like I said, that's the nice thing about Barovia. It's not hard to do. But thank you
Please,
everyone who watched
real
tonight.
easy. Just have you to drop in.
Yeah.
Just a drop
So
it.
thank you everyone for watching tonight. We really appreciate it. Once again, we are starting our new contest to get us to 7K followers on Facebook. We're going to be giving away a huge lot of minis. Go to our Facebook page, and it's now pinned there. And you'll see the rules and everything there. So like and follow the page as always if you haven't done so yet, and then share the post for the contest, and it will enter you in to win. We will draw the winners as soon as we hit 7K, and I can tell you we were at 102 when we started the show. We're at 120.
Oh, you got it? Okay, I was gonna try to pull it up real quick.
Hang on a second. No, I don't got it because I'm dumb.
Oh, shoot. Am I gonna get it first?
I don't know.
6,126.
So we
Beat
literally
you.
gained like almost probably 25 followers during the show.
Woo.
So, this is not something that's going to take a long time, I hope. But so when we get to 7,000, we're going to give away that entire lot of minis. And during the time that we're building up to that, I'm going to print out all those minis, get them ready to be shipped, and I'm going to be showing them during the show or before the show, every show that we're going to be hosting. So this show, by the way, for those who came in late, Disco Daddy, this show is our new Strahd campaign. We're going to be playing it on Sunday nights from 6 to 10. Josh is going to be running. Jessica, Kessie, Evan, Jonathan, and myself are the players. And real quick, Kessie is playing Lorelei, a shifter.
Yes.
Jessica is playing. Well, how do you say her name again?
Asarius.
And she is a wood elf.
Asarius.
And then Evan is playing Killerim, and Killerim is a furbolg, right? I thought you were playing a gnome for some reason.
Nope, furbolg.
And is a furbolg wizard?
You're muted.
You're muted, Evan.
Yeah, I'm a furbolg, and my picture's a gnome on Roll20. That's why you think I'm a gnome.
Oh, okay. So are you furbolg wizard though?
Yeah, furbolg wizard.
Got it. And then Jonathan is playing Trey, and he is a Pallylock. Uh-oh.
I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Okay, I was asking. You're playing a
yes.
Pallylock? Yeah.
I thought you were telling. Didn't realize you were asking.
No, I was asking. And I am playing Eric, a human paladin. And Trey is a half elf. Specifically half drow.
Yeah.
And
Cool,
Josh
cool.
is the GM.
And I am literally everything else.
Everyone else. In
Indrid.
the world. So.
Indrid, don't act like you don't love him to
Wait,
death.
is Indrid Dungeon Master from the D&D cartoon? Just trying to pretend that he's not?
No.
Indrid is a character that he has used previously in our other campaign.
He's my favorite.
That he runs
my
for us
favorite
on
dragon.
Mondays.
Jonathan, did you play the one shot we ran where Dungeon Master was the
Yes.
That was a good one. Oh yeah.
No, I love Indrid. Like I love every time Josh brings Indrid out, and like
I hate Indrid. Indrid gives me the ultimate creeps.
It is great to be back in the saddle.
Excellent.
Indrid has had great experience with my characters.
I am incredibly glad to hear that, Josh, because I love the aspect of getting to play again. So thank you so much for stepping up to run.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'm going to be doing probably a small show on Monday night, just because now that we're affiliates, Twitch wants us to record a little introduction to the show. So I'm going to stream that, and there's some topics I wanted to talk about the show and about the podcast and everything like that. If any of you have time and want to be on, I would love to have you on as well. But I know a lot of you have a Monday night game. So
yes, three of us.
Yes. So
I can show up tomorrow.
huh?
I can show up tomorrow.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that a little bit. We'll probably I'll post up to it about on the website, and I'll share it out, or on the Facebook page. I'll share it out from there. And other than that, we have the store that is now open on the website, which has all of our branded merch, which includes our shirts, our coffee cups, beanies. I think we even have hoodies on there. Everything's on there. So go take a
I need
look.
a beanie.
Yeah, beanie. Yeah, Jessica wants a beanie. She has.
I need a
She's
beanie.
already got hers picked out.
But
So yeah, but we're that's all launched, and we've got the order once again placed in. But China distributors, and with COVID, it's taking forever to get here. But as soon as we get the order in from China with all the merch we're going to use for the store and for the Patreon, we're going to be launching our Patreon, and that way, because we don't want to launch the Patreon without having the actual merchandise in hand to support it. So we'll be
right.
launching the Patreon as soon as we get that in. We'll be updating you on that as soon as we get it. In the meantime, yes, Disco Daddy, we have beanies at the shop, at the store. But in the meantime, thank you everyone for showing up. We hope you guys had a great time. Josh, thanks for running a great game. Yes, Kessie.
At 7,000, I'm gonna send somebody to upload the video of Josh singing.
Oh yeah, and at 7,000, as promised, there will be a video of Josh singing karaoke.
You made that deal.
You have that recorded?
I have it.
Yes,
I have it
already
recorded.
She
I have 2 videos recorded. Actually, I technically have multiple videos, but I have 2 very recent ones.
Very recent ones? That's even better. There'll be no denying it's him. He can't make any denials. But anyway, thank you all so much for having come out tonight. We really appreciate the support. We love you guys. Please be safe. If you have to go anywhere, wear a mask, please. We want you to come back and be able to enjoy the show, so please wear a mask when you go out. Remember to take care of each other, to love each other. It's still scary, but we're all in this together. So we'll see you guys next time. Have a good night.
Night.
Night.